calendar now. Consideration for approval of a sponsorship request for Desert X for the 2021 exhibition, contract number C40860. And this is continued from our meeting on October 29, 2020. And I'd like to thank staff for giving us this very, very detailed financial report. So with that, are there any questions of staff? I don't see any council member raising their hand. I'll open it up for discussion. Councilmember Jonathan, I believe this was an issue you wanted to do a deeper dive into, so please.
Sure. Thank you, Mayor. I mean, there's two parts to this. One is whether we should be supporting an organization that has affiliated itself with Saudi Arabia. And I don't want to completely repeat myself, as I've pointed out in the past. You know, this is a totalitarian regime. It's one that practices Sharia law, where homosexuality is illegal, where women are lashed for being the victims of rape, where non-Muslims, especially Jews, are routinely abused. And as we all know, where a brave journalist that dared to speak out against the regime was brutally murdered, actually beheaded, allegedly at the direction of the Crown Prince. I'm not sure that we should be supporting an organization that is affiliated with a regime that abuses human rights to that egregious extent. There were comments made that, well, you know, art will shine a light on this kind of behavior, and we really don't look at the moral fiber of organizations that we support. In fact, nothing could be further from the truth. We do that in every instance that we support organizations, whether it's the YMCA, whether it's Fine Food Bank. We support them because they reflect the values of the city of Palm Desert and its residents. If we support Desert X, we are signaling that we support the values of Saudi Arabia. Beyond that issue, I think we wanted to understand to what extent Desert X is supported by Saudi Arabia financially. And I appreciate the data that we were given, but it is very much a 20,000, maybe even a 50,000 foot view. I want to make the council aware of something that is especially concerning. We got copies of the IRS Form 990s filed by Desert X. We didn't get the one for the most recent year, which ended June 30th, 2020, which would have included contributions for Saudi Arabia. That return was due November 15th. So I was a little surprised we didn't receive it. But here's what's interesting. Form 990 includes Schedule B. Schedule B requires charitable organizations to list their individual donors, give their names, addresses, and the amounts they donated. For each of the Form 990s that we received from Desert X, Schedule B was included, but it listed individual donations without including names and addresses, which is a basic right granted to the public to understand who is supporting an organization that receives favorable treatment from the federal government and the state government, and that they pay no taxes. So this is potentially a violation of law. They may have an interpretation of a proposed regulation or something that they feel it's appropriate, but from an optics and appearance and substantive view, Desert X is failing to provide the very information that the public deserves to know and that we deserve to know before we support them. We saw in their 2-year biennial report that their revenues were 3.7 million. That's substantial. So one wonders why they need additional support from a small city like ours that is struggling with a significant deficit. But again, the source of their revenue is not disclosed. What I would really like to know, beyond what was provided, is how much financial support is Desert X and has Desert X received from Saudi Arabia, from the royal family, from the government, and for individuals affiliated and associated with the regime that we call Saudi Arabia. That information, which is specifically what I had in mind, is absolutely not provided. So I would suggest that we continue the matter and give Desert X an opportunity to provide the information that we requested before we take action on their funding requests. Thank you.
Councilmember Susan Marie Weber.
Yes, I absolutely concur with Councilmember Jonathan. I also looked at the tax return and I was interested particularly in the organization mission or significant activities, which I'm sure you all looked at on Schedule O. And I asked Amy Lawrence, who works with the Art and Public Places Commission, whether or not the commissioners were aware of this organization mission when they, as you know, a part of our report, supported Desert X. And it says to organize, execute, and promote a curated art exhibition of works of art by contemporary international artists that will take place in locations throughout the Coachella Valley. The exhibition will take place no more frequently than 2 years, although ancillary events to promote the event and educate the public may take place at other times. I would read that to educate the public again in the Coachella Valley. So it's almost kind of like a misuse of the mission to all of a sudden go off to the other parts of the world and consider it part of our Desert X. So I'm concerned about that. I would wonder if our commissioners would still agree to this if they realize that that was the mission of this nonprofit organization. And I concur that it should be delayed until such time they also have been advised of this and can review their suggestions. And they may also like to take a look at the tax returns as well. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you for those comments. Mayor Pro Tem.
It is my custom, whenever possible, to defer to colleagues who feel more time should be invested before something is decided. And I will certainly do that in this case, just to expedite consideration. Is someone from Desert X signed into tonight's meeting such that they might be available to answer one or two questions that could facilitate the further research?
Yes, Jenny Wheel is available. Gloria, we'll elevate her.
And may I ask a couple of questions?
Please do.
Is that appropriate at this time? Welcome, Ms. Gill. Are you there?
Yes. Hi, Mrs. Kelly, I'm here.
A question has been brought up about the Schedule Bs and the way that those are filled out using a numeric reference for donors instead of the full identifying name. Do you have anything to share about that?
Of course, and thank you for allowing me to comment. Thank you very much, all of you, for reviewing all of the financial information that we have shared with you. We have shared our 990s as filed with the IRS since our inception with this city council and with the team of the Arts and Public Spaces. We have also shared our current budget with our income and our expected expenses in the next exhibition in the Coachella Valley. In regards to the last 990, it has not been filed yet to the IRS. So in that regard, we are not, our financial officers have requested a extension until May 15th, 2021, because they needed more time to gather the information properly. That is a legal available to all 501c3 organizations. And as a reminder, we have been compliant with all of our legal obligations as a 501c3 organization. A second point that was raised in terms of—
Ms. Gill, I better direct you to my specific question because I don't want to try anyone else's patience. The specific question I asked about was the way the Schedule Bs are filled out using numbers to refer to the donors instead of names.
Yes, and this is not only totally legal, but all of our donors are subject to remain anonymous. This is something that the state of California allows every donor to a 501c3. I'm happy to send you this information and this documentation from the IRS directly if you need it.
And then you mentioned the draft 2021 budget. I did have a question about that.
Yes.
The category of professional services is just over $500,000, and quite a few other costs, personnel costs and whatnot, are itemized. Can you share with us what's encompassed in professional services?
Yes, of course. Professional services is something that includes communications advisory, or financial advisory, legal counsel. It also includes professional services in regards to artistic direction and curatorial matters of the organization.
Thank you. I think that covered my questions.
Okay, so Councilmember Jonathan, would you want to comment first, and then you can ask your question on what Ms. Gill just shared with us about the IRS rules and only needing to have numbers? What do you want to do with that? Because that was one of the things you wanted staff to get for you.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I think at this point, we'll just respectfully disagree about the legal obligations. I guess the questions, and thank you, Ms. Gill, for joining us. That's very much appreciated. Thank you for that. Did I hear you say that all of your donors requested to remain anonymous? All of them?
No, I didn't say that. I said that donors are allowed to remain anonymous. Therefore, we are not requested to list the name of donors in our Form 990.
Why did you choose not to?
It's a very current thing in nonprofits. This is the way that our 990s have been filed since 2015.
Why did you choose not to?
I am not aware that there is a specific reason not to not to mention our donors since the inception in 2015 in our 990s. We do list our donors on our website, on our donors and sponsors pages. And for a matter of anonymity and protection of their data, we don't specify how much each donor has donated to the organization, but we do recognize for the ones who would like to be on our website.
Would you be willing to share the information required on Schedule B with this council in a closed session format so that it is not made public?
I would have to ask my financial officer.
Okay, then I'll look forward to hearing a response on that. Number two, how much in funding have you received from Saudi Arabia and affiliated entities and people?
Do you mean in our current fiscal year, how much funding we have received?
In the lifetime of the organization and anything that is still expected.
I'm sorry, could you clarify the question? Are you asking me how much funding we have received in the lifetime of the organization?
From Saudi Arabia and individuals and entities associated with the government of Saudi Arabia and with the royal family.
Right. That information is confidential. We were paid fairly for our expertise and for our skills in mountain and international exhibition in the Alula Desert in Saudi Arabia. I am not at freedom to disclose publicly the amount of that expertise.
Why is that?
It's a simple agreement, and it's also our right to remain confidential. That number, any contribution over 2% of our total revenue will be disclosed in Schedule B of our next 990.
Without names?
Correct.
Okay, so I'm going to ask you the same question. Would you be willing to share that information with regards to Saudi Arabia with this council in closed session so they can remain confidential so that we can make an educated and knowledgeable decision with regard to your request for funding?
I will speak with my finance officer to see what information is public and what information is confidential.
Okay. Please understand, part of the reason that I'm asking is that, as Council Member Weber brought up, we don't know without this information if we're subsidizing an event that took place abroad. We don't have that financial information. Your mission is to create art events in the Coachella Valley. And if we're being asked to support that, you have not given us the financial data for us to determine if we're in fact supporting a Coachella Valley event or if we're subsidizing a loss for an event that took place abroad. So please bear that in mind.
Of course, and I'm sure I'll be able to get back to you once I've spoken with our finance officer.
Thank you. I appreciate that very much. That's it for now. Thank you.
Councilmember Harnick.
Thank you so much, Mayor. I just want to bring up a couple points. Certainly the $20,000 wouldn't even come close to covering the 3 installations that Desert X is proposing for the city of Palm Desert. And it is one of the few events that will be allowed to go on because it is an outdoor event. I really didn't want to touch on the Saudi Arabia issue, but I feel compelled to. Wait, let me go back a little. I don't believe there is another 501c3 that we ever asked for P&Ls, numerous years of P&Ls. In fact, I know we don't. We have their financial information from a very well-respected certified public accounted group. But I am going to touch on the Saudi Arabia issue, even though I wanted to really keep this local because I think that's what's most important. I want to remind everybody that Saudi Arabia is one of the 3 Arab states now that is normalizing relationships with Israel. And that if you're familiar with the installation in the Alua Desert, it not only had women artists, which was formerly unheard of in Saudi Arabia. So clearly there is a little light being shed there. But additionally, it had figurative representation of women, which was formerly disallowed in Saudi Arabia. So they are making progress. And when you protest, you take the protest to where the protest needs to be. And perhaps that art is a protest brought to Saudi Arabia. So I support that in and of itself, because when we can enlighten other countries around the world, we are better as a country. But I'm going to bring it back to us. And I was looking through some stuff on art, and I came across a speech, and I'm going to ask to read parts of it. I just took a few excerpts, and here goes. Through art, we gain insight into the shared problems of the human heart. Art knows no national boundaries. Behind the storm of daily conflict and crisis, the dramatic confrontations, the tumult of political struggle, the poet, the artist, the musician, continues the quiet work of centuries, building bridges of experience between peoples, reminding man of the universality of his feelings and desires and despairs, and reminding him that the forces that unite are deeper than those that divide. Thus, art and the encouragement of art is political in the most profound sense, not as a weapon in the struggle, but as an instrument of the understanding of the futility of struggle between those who share man's fate. Moreover, as a great democratic society, we have a special responsibility to the arts. For art is the great democrat, calling forth creative genius from every sector of society, disregarding race or religion or wealth or color. The mere accumulation of wealth and power is available to the dictator and the democrat alike. What freedom alone can bring is a liberation of the human mind and the spirit, which finds its greatest flowering in the free society. Thus, in our fulfillment of these responsibilities towards the art, lie our unique achievement as a free society. And that was a speech given in 1962 during the height of the Cold War. And it was given by President Kennedy at a fundraiser for the National Cultural Center, which later became the Kennedy Center. We have a bigger obligation than to be afraid that we're sharing art beyond our boundaries. And when we talk about maybe a little light gets into a country, then we all are better for that. And for us to deprive other countries' art, and especially that shows that they are moving forward by having art that they, a decade ago, a few years ago, they would not have allowed, and yet they are today. Shame on us if we ever take the stance that we don't share art with other people, that we don't help open other minds and other hearts with the art that has been offered. And I hope you all had a chance to look at the Alua Desert exhibition, because it was important. And it showed a side of Saudi Arabia that people need to see, and to see that these are people. We're not punishing the government by not having an installation in the Coachella Valley. We are not punishing Saudi Arabia. And if they were not to bring that to Saudi Arabia, we would be punishing the people, not the government. And this is a great installation for the Coachella Valley. It brings here people. When we talk about education, my cousins from New York call and say, oh my gosh, I can't believe what I saw, what you're doing in the Coachella Valley, because they do educate on the East Coast. This is an important thing. How do we say no to art to other people? And how do we deprive the Coachella Valley and all those who travel here to the Coachella Valley, how do we deprive them of art, because art is brought to a culture that needs art, who needs their minds and their hearts expanded? I absolutely 100% support Desert X. I support it in the Coachella Valley. And if you can bring art to other parts of the world that will help them see light on things they have not before, that help them normalize relationships between other countries, I'm in. So I guess you know how I stand on it. Thank you.
Councilmember Harnick, those were impassioned words and very convincing. And to be succinct, I'd just like to say, it's one thing to not support the government of Saudi Arabia. And like you were saying, Councilmember Harnick, our support of Desert X and the installation of the sculptures, I believe, can be separated out. We're not, as a city, saying we support Saudi Arabia and its policies towards women, religious freedoms. I don't believe that's what our city is doing if we allow this to move forward. Mayor Pro Tem?
I agree with the views that Councilmember Harnick expressed, and I would emphasize these points. The amount being requested, as Councilmember Harnick pointed out, is completely proportionate to the investment in Palm Desert, which makes it a bit easier for me personally not to do an exceedingly deep dive into profit and loss or proposed budgets. The last Desert X probably had more positive impact on Coachella Valley tourism and Palm Desert tourism than any other single initiative. I too heard from friends and relatives in Canada who saw information about this. To my way of thinking, there's a huge difference between scrutinizing the values of the YMCA, which, yes, we do, versus scrutinizing the values of each and every donor to the YMCA, which we do not do, nor scrutinizing the values of each and every entity with which the YMCA has some contractual relationship, which again, we do not do. And I would feel disingenuous if I use Desert X as a vehicle through which to voice my disapproval of the admittedly wretched practices that Councilmember Jonathan inventoried on the part of the Saudi Arabia government, because our own United States government, if I'm not mistaken, sells warplanes to Saudi Arabia. So if we wanted to take the high moral ground that we're not going to have anything to do with any entity that does business with Saudi Arabia, we couldn't accept any CARES Act funding, nor could we accept any CDBG funds. To avoid being disingenuous and to recognize the good work that Desert X does for Palm Desert and for the Coachella Valley, I share the views that have been expressed. That said, I do want to support Councilmember Jonathan and Councilmember Weber in their desire to postpone this further to satisfy their desires for further information. If they are still inclined, having counted noses, to seek that further information, I will support that request.
Can we understand exactly what that information is? And on another note, I just want to share, I absolutely encourage everyone to go on YouTube, Google the 1962 President Kennedy speech, and you will all be inspired. But I'd like to know what that information is, because I think we're treating somebody, I think we're treating an entity unfairly here. And in a fashion, we don't treat other entities.
Councilmember Jonathan?
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. And, thank you for this discussion. I really admire and respect my colleagues and their views, even though we may differ. Just a few points of fact. And by the way, aren't we fortunate to live in a free country where speeches like that can be made and bring about change? And wouldn't it be wonderful if all countries in this world allowed that freedom to their residents, especially the regime of Saudi Arabia? A few factual corrections. We don't need to debate our differing viewpoints. Those have been made clear, but I don't think Saudi Arabia is normalizing relations with Israel. I think you may be thinking of the UAE and Bahrain. I know that there is an attempt to normalize relations, but it is far from over.
They're all three are working on it.
As I said, I don't think Saudi Arabia has normalized relations with the state of Israel, and that may or may not happen. Another factual just correction I want to make is the vote before us is not whether or not Desert X should exist in the Coachella Valley or whether it's a good thing for the Coachella Valley or not. The issue before us is very simply, should the city of Palm Desert contribute $20,000 to this event? I want to make that clear. And finally, one or two comments were made that we don't normally request this level of detail for financial reports. I'm sorry, but we do. Every time an organization comes to us with their hand out, we ask for detailed financial data. And when it comes to our annual funding cycle, not only do we request it ahead of time, but then we hold them accountable, as we should, after they receive our funds, to show us that they spent it in the manner in which they represented. I was part of a subcommittee, for example, that went through a series of meetings with Fashion Week El Paseo and Food and Wine Week. You may recall when they came to us with a significantly increased request for funding, we went through a lot of detail, much more detail than we're being provided here. So in point of fact, we're not asking Desert X for anything that we don't normally request from any other organization that requests financial support. With that, the information specifically that I've requested, and I'll put this in the form of a motion, like to postpone this matter and give Desert X an opportunity to give the following financial data. Number one, a list of donors with names. If they care to supplement the Schedule Bs, that would be fine. Number two, the amount of funding that they in fact did receive from Saudi Arabia and affiliated persons and entities. And number three, an accounting of how our previous funding was utilized, specifically to ensure that it was not utilized to subsidize an event that took place abroad. And part of that motion is to offer Desert X the opportunity to provide us that information in closed session, so that confidentiality is a concern for them, that we can maintain that confidentiality, but so that we have the financial data that we need to make an educated, knowledgeable, fair, and objective decision. That's the motion.
I'm sorry, could I comment here? This is Jenny Gill at Desert X.
Yes, please do.
Thank you. So I just wanted to clarify that the Saudi Arabia exhibition was paid by Saudi Arabia. So just to be very clear, and Desert X did not pay for the show in Saudi Arabia, and none of the funds received, past or present, by the city of Palm Desert have been used outside of the city of Palm Desert. In fact, Desert X has spent a lot more money in Palm Desert than the funds received, in a very disproportionate manner. And I'm happy to share all of that information with all of you. Second,
we'll look forward to receiving all the data that's been requested. There's a motion on the table, Mayor.
I'm sorry, I'm not.
I'll let her finish. Go ahead. Jenny, or Ms. Gill.
Thank you, I was unmuting. Second thing I wanted to clarify, due to timing, I understand this would be the second time we postpone the vote on the sponsorship. We can no longer postpone our production start, and for us to start spending money on the vendors that need to be paid in order to start construction of the works in Palm Desert. So I wanted to raise that fact. And the question is, why have we not been requested this information prior to this meeting, so we could have presented it in closed session before and not postpone the vote again? Thank you.
Ms. Gill, when do you need to know if you're going to move forward here in Palm Desert? What is the drop dead date?
Well, we were expecting to know last month after in October. We have patiently waited another month. Waiting another month for the next city council meeting to vote might be jeopardizing the projects.
Well, Councilmember Jonathan, could we, well, this still wouldn't help 100%, but could we approve it subject upon council satisfaction with the financials in closed session?
No, not in my mind, absolutely
Okay.
not. And just as a point of order, I mean, we ended public testimony and we were in the midst of a council discussion. I think it's completely inappropriate to then allow additional public testimony from whoever that enters and shapes our discussion. I just, that's not a road we want to set a precedent with. Having said that, the financials do indicate a healthy cash balance, and I'm not understanding why waiting till December would pose an issue. But if it does, I'm happy to participate in a special closed meeting and then even a special council meeting to give funding approval, should that be the wish of the majority of this council.
Well, I'm still the mayor here for another few weeks. But having said that, I do want to get this resolved as quickly as possible. So perhaps we could look at this next week.
Well, first we need to know if someone is going to second Councilmember Jonathan's motion.
I'll second it so that we can continue our discussion.
Then I'll offer a substitute motion that we accept the staff's recommendation. We get moving forward with this, and we offer the sponsorship as requested.
Well, I'll second that motion.
So I'm not as politically sophisticated as some of my colleagues. What the heck does that mean? And which motion do we vote on?
I will defer to our city manager.
Well, may I? Typically, the city attorney would answer a question of procedure.
Okay, Mr. Hargreaves.
Yes, if I may, there's a substitute motion. So the procedure would be, I mean, if the first motion is not withdrawn, and I anticipate that it won't be, then you need to vote first on whether or not you accept the substitute motion. That's the first action. And then if you don't, then you go back to the current motion, which is Councilmember Jonathan's. If you accept, by a majority vote to move forward the substitute motion, then you could move forward and vote on Councilmember Harnick's motion.
Wait, let me just see if I understand correctly. The first thing we're going to vote on is whether to make Councilmember Harnick's motion the motion on the table for discussion and vote. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So if we vote yes, that means we want to take up Councilmember Harnick's motion first, and it potentially could dispose of the issue. If it doesn't dispose of the issue, then we return to Councilmember Jonathan's motion. Is that correct?
Okay, so just for clarification, because I thought I understood what you said differently, Mr. Hargreaves. So if the substitute motion is voted to move forward, then we vote on that motion first, not on the original motion. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay.
All right, so City Clerk, may we have a roll call vote to see if we're going to vote on the substitute motion? The City Clerk?
Gracie?
Councilmember Harnick,
Yes.
Councilman Jonathan,
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Kelly,
Yes.
Councilmember Weber,
No,
Mayor Nastandi.
Yes.
Motion carries on a 3-2 vote.
And now this would be to vote on the substitute motion, correct? And now, because we have a motion and a second, and that gives us time for a little discussion, and I would like to make some other comments, please.
Please.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to point out, first of all, that this is $10,000 for 1 year, $10,000 for another year, for something that is a tremendous benefit to Palm Desert, the Coachella Valley, and everyone visits. We are now treating Desert X as if it's some criminal organization. That's what it feels like to me. Yet things with China, we go there, we visit, we have this great relationship. They have one of the worst human rights records ever. And yet we support that. And now we're saying $10,000 for art. $10,000 for art. And no, we don't ask for, you look at the stack of papers. No, we don't ask for this from other organizations, please. This is not what we ask for from other organizations. This is not my first year on the council. I have seen what we ask for other organizations, and it is not to that extent. So I just encourage us, please, let's bring art to the Coachella Valley. Let's bring art to the people. And let's give $10,000 this year to Desert X so that we can highlight our artists here locally and enrich other people's hearts and minds and lives.
Thank you, Councilmember Harnick. Mayor Pro Tem Kathleen Kelly.
I will briefly explain my vote. I previously said that it's my policy to defer if a colleague wants more time or more facts. Now that we have all shared, I am persuaded in this case that a further delay will simply prolong a pretty painful difference of opinion without influencing the outcome. So I will be voting yes.
And I will be voting yes as well. So I can count to 3. And we have at least 3 to pass this motion. And I would like to keep this meeting within somewhat reasonable time period. But if you have more comments, Councilmember Jonathan, please do.
Thank you. I think that's our job, Mayor, is to weigh in and have this kind of a discussion. And again, I respect and admire my colleagues for their passion and their wish for goodness in the entire world. I'm just seeking, as they said, art shines a light on people. And I'm asking to shine the light of knowledge and understanding and data on this issue before we make a decision that is not grounded in a full understanding of the facts and the finances for an organization that we're being asked to support financially. So, you know, I would also, again, say that this is an opportunity. Some see it as an opportunity to support the arts. I see it as an opportunity for the city of Palm Desert to make a statement that it will not stand for human rights abuse. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Jonathan. And Councilmember Susan Marie Weber.
My only comment on this was that I really wish the Art and Public Places Commission had been more aware of the rest of this. And secondly, I know it's only $10,000, but it's not the money. We are sponsoring. It's our name. Yeah, our name is priceless, very priceless. So it's our name that's going into this. And we've been very, very proud of our name being connected to Desert X over these last few years. Very proud of it because of all the response that we have been getting. And with that, I guess I really was wishing that we could let the Art and Public Places have one more look at this with them knowing the rest of the story. Apparently only one person was aware of the rest of the story when they voted. That's why they had one no vote on this. And it'd be interesting to know how they would feel if they knew that it's our very, very name that's going into the sponsorship. It's not about money. It's not about money. It's about our name. And that's been mentioned several times tonight. And I think it's very important to remember that when we vote on this. And that was why I was supporting the first motion to delay it and give the Art and Public Places one more chance to review it and see how they felt about reporting back to us. That's why we have commissions. That's why we value all their expertise. It's a variety of expertise. And that was why I was supporting the first motion. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember, and thank you everybody on council. I appreciate everybody's opinion. And now it's time to take a vote. And
Councilmember Harnick,
Yes.
Councilman Jonathan,
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Kelly,
Yes.
Councilmember Weber,
No.
Mayor Nestandi.
yes,
Motion carries on a 3-2 vote with Councilman Jonathan and Councilmember Weber voting no.
Okay, thank you. Moving to the next item. Provide direction regarding the official city response to future event requests. Do we have a staff report?
Yes.
Thank you,
Good evening.
Vanessa.
Good evening, Mayor Nastandi, and members of the City Council. My name is Vanessa Mager, and I am a management analyst in the Economic Development Department. Before you is a staff report requesting direction regarding the city's official response to future event requests. At the City Council July 9, 2020 meeting, Council directed that all events on city property be canceled through the remainder of the 2020 calendar year, as the governor's executive order number N3320 prohibited all public gatherings, private and public, regardless of venue or size, until the state reached stage 4 of the California Resilience Map. On August 28th, the governor introduced a new blueprint for a safer economy that included a shift from stages to tiers. Under this framework, Riverside County currently falls in the purple tier, which is the most restrictive, that indicates high risk and widespread transmission. As 2021 quickly approaches, the City Desert Recreation District and the Palm Desert Aquatic Center continue to receive numerous special event requests. Each of these events require, of course, months of planning and resources on the part of the event organizers, city staff, and city contractors. Currently, event organizers are seeking the city's position on these events if they will be approved to move forward as scheduled. Currently, many of the larger public gatherings in the Coachella Valley have already canceled postponed events that typically are being held in January and February, as the end of the governor's stay-at-home orders seem to be extending well into 2021. Please note that at this time, drive-in and drive-through events continue to be approved by the county. Staff now seeks council's direction on the city's approach, and I'm happy to answer any questions you might have. Thank you.
Thank you, Vanessa, for this report. And I wish, being mayor and being on the city council, we had more control over what we can and cannot allow in our city. And again, we really have to defer to our county supervisors, and they defer to the governor's office. So I don't know how much say we actually have in this matter, except to say, I want to do as many events as possible that we can convince the county supervisors to allow, and they in turn will probably defer to the governor's office. So I'm asking my fellow colleagues, how do you, what opinion do you have on this? Councilmember Harnik?
I have to commend Vanessa and that team, because it's like your tagline for 2020 has been pivot, pivot, pivot. You know, I think all you can do is remain flexible and do the best. We have, everything keeps changing, and we've just got to be flexible and change with it. And you've done a great job and found ways to reimagine events and done the best we can with what we have. And I just think that's as much as we can say at this point. Just keep whatever comes our way, we'll respond to it in the best way possible, in the way that kind of characterizes the values of Palm Desert.
Councilmember Jonathan?
Yeah, questions for staff. So Vanessa, you've got boots on the ground, you know, and you're dealing with these event organizers. What's your sense? How can we help them under the current circumstances and not create false expectations and enable them to do their planning? Would it be better to keep our moratorium on public events indefinite? Would it be better to give a date certain that might be extended again, like June 30th or September 30th? Vanessa, what's your sense of what we can do under these challenging circumstances to help those event developers?
My sense, Councilmember Jonathan, would be to extend the moratorium until a date uncertain. At this point, we do have a lot of our event organizers that are canceling their events themselves, but others that are continuing to look to us to give them that guidance. We continue to reiterate the guidelines that we've been given by the county and the state and are as open and honest with them as we possibly can with the information that we have with regards to the virus changing or, vaccines being approved and being distributed to the community. But at the same time, I know they are really looking to have a definite answer prior to them having to hit the hard costs that are associated with these events. And so that is the direction that they continue to look for from the city.
So extend the ban or the moratorium indefinitely pending developments of the pandemic and solutions to the pandemic. Is that what you're suggesting?
Yes, sir. And we continue to follow this on a daily basis to make sure that we have the most up-to-date information so that we can provide that not only to you, but also to our event organizers. So if there is a major shift or change, we of course would come back to council to notify you of that and bring any events at that time that would be allowed to get permission from the council to move forward.
Thank you, Vanessa. I wish we had a better answer for you. And, if we can hear on the news, a vaccine is just around the corner, hopefully within the next month or so, and that could be a game changer. So, but until then, I don't think we as a council have that crystal ball to know a date certain. Are there any other comments?
Mayor,
Okay.
if I might just make a suggestion, I think leaving it open till a date uncertain is a little bit vague. A lot of cities have been canceling events through the end of their fiscal year. It might be good to have a point somewhere where we know we're going to revisit it. There's a good chance that things will look different by the end of our fiscal year. And what we don't want to do is discourage anyone from thinking about events in the fall, for example, if that would be possible. So I just might suggest that might be one little tweak.
Yeah. Well, I wouldn't want to put it too far out to the fall. I mean, we might be able to hold events come April and May. If we get this vaccine out to the public in a month, then I wouldn't want to discourage people from having hope that they can have an event April, May, or whatever month. But I wouldn't want to make it that we're not going to allow any events until next fall.
Right, and I think that's what Mr. Sewell was suggesting, that if we use the date of June 30th, the end of the fiscal year, as our current date, we can certainly communicate to event holders that we're hopeful vaccine distribution will enable us to revisit this and perhaps begin accepting events in late April or May, but June 30th seems to be a prudent date for now.
Yeah. Well, could we qualify it that if the vaccine becomes available, the date could move forward?
Yeah, I think we have to keep it general, that we will revisit this in response to changed circumstances, because who knows, perhaps even without a vaccine, miracle of miracles, the disease will run its course. But so if we simply leave it open to change circumstances, that enables us to come back.
Okay. Do we need a motion for this or a vote?
Yeah, I think staff's report is requesting a minute motion for direction. So what I'm hearing is extend the moratorium to June 30th, subject to revision should circumstances change. That's the motion.
Correct. So we have a motion. Is there a second?
I'll second.
All right. Motion and a second. May we have a roll call vote?
Councilmember Harnick,
Yes.
Councilman Jonathan,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Kelly,
Yes.
Councilmember Weber,
Yes.
Mayor Nastandi.
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you.
Nice job, Vanessa
you.
and Thomas.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. So item 15, resolution number J-100, a resolution of the Palm Desert Housing Authority amending the administrative plan for the Palm Desert Housing Authority pertaining to the management and operation of the affordable housing rental units. Do we have a staff report?
We
Yes.
do.
All right.
Go ahead, Jessica.
Thank you. Good evening, Jessica Gonzalez, Senior Management Analyst with the Community Development Department. Honorable Chairman, members of the Authority Board, the request before you will amend the current administrative plan for the Housing Authority's affordable residential communities. On January 24th, 2019, the administrative plan, the Authority Board approved revisions to the plan for sections 1 through 7 and exhibits A, C, and G to update various policies. Since then, staff has made additional revisions to the remaining sections of the plan, which include section 8, exhibits B, D, E, and F of the plan. The revisions in these sections were provided to our Housing Commission for review and comment through a period of 18 months. The Housing Commission had minimal comments, mostly clarifications to some of the sections, but accepted the revisions to the sections under consideration. Staff recommends approval and is available for any questions.
Thank you, Jessica. Are there any questions of staff? Seeing none, any discussion? Councilmember
Yes,
Harnick?
please. I have a couple comments. First of all, my amazing work for the Housing Commission and all the work that's been done on this, and thank you for all of that. I just have a couple little things, and I read this closely this afternoon, so I'm sorry I didn't get this to you earlier. But can you go to the red line version, page 45? And it's section, I guess it's 2, but it's red line through that. But when you, what is it? I think it's section 2.
What page again?
Okay, can you go down to section, it said 1.2 and it was red line through that. If you go down to the 4th, and these are a couple small comments where it says animals and service animals must wear a harness. And I think that should be leash, not lease.
Oh, I apologize.
That's okay. That's why I said I should have called earlier, and I'm sorry. I apologize for that. Then going to the next page on section, the sanitation standards, section 4.1, the first sentence, and I just would like to add something to that. Any animal waste deposited must be removed immediately by the animal's owner. And I would like to add to that, or the resident of the restricted unit, because they're ultimately responsible for that.
Yes.
And that might be my only comments, but to thank everybody for all the work, because this is a lot of work that's been put into this, and I appreciate this is when our committees and commissions shine. So thank you.
Yeah.
Right, thank you for those suggestions.
And as the council liaison to our Housing Commission, I will vouch for the fact that they took very meticulous care in examining these changes.
Very good. Are there any other questions of staff or for staff? Seeing none, any discussion on this item? Seeing none, do we have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Let's have a roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Harnick.
Yes.
Councilman Jonathan.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Kelly.
Yes.
Councilmember Weber.
Yes, and I also thank Ms. Gonzalez for all of this work. I really appreciate it.
Mayor Nastandi.
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0 with the noted modifications.
Okay, thank you.
Nice work, Jessica.
Thank you.
All right, next item, approve in concept the recommendations to the city's committee and commissions.
Talk about a lot of work.
That was a lot of work by our subcommittee and looking forward to the presentation. Thank you.
Christopher Gary, management analyst.
Chris, you're on mute.
Give him a second. He's got it.
Thank you. I was just finding where the mute button is. It changes a little bit when you share a screen. So, thumbs up from anyone. You can see the screen. You can hear me. Anyway, great. Thank you very much. Good evening, Honorable Mayor, Council members. Chris Gary with the City Manager's Office. The item before you tonight includes 22 recommendations for approval and concept to the city's commissions and committees. And collectively, these recommendations serve kind of as a roadmap for future administrative work. And many of these items require additional city council consideration as well. Therefore, this evening's actions, it's really to show tonight's actions. They really allow city staff to begin kind of rolling out some of these recommendations at subsequent meetings and of those that are approved. So rather than examining each recommendation this evening, tonight we're going to look at the process and the assignment. Look at this process of in terms of the assignment, as well as look at it in terms of past, present, and future. And in regard to the past, there's been various city council questions and comments about commissions and committees, as we know, dating back multiple years. And as the city council recalls, a study session was held in late January to present an overview of information that included best practices of 23 similar sized cities in California, how those best practices benchmark relative to other cities, additional feedback from city council, and the assignment of a subcommittee to develop recommendations. Less than 2 months following that study session, city staff was then reprioritized to address the onset of the pandemic. And as displayed through our Unite Palm Desert effort, that's really continued ever since. And so in late May, the city council extended the terms of our existing commissioners and committee members. And there was multiple comments made to continue this comprehensive review as well. Therefore, since receiving direction, the subcommittee and city staff have continuously worked together over the last 6 months to develop these initial recommendations before you this evening. And as we continue to, as we've moved into kind of this in-depth review, the subcommittee developed goals. They reviewed additional information, both internally and externally. And furthermore, a survey was conducted of commissioners and committee members regarding meeting hours, and a commission was also utilized to obtain feedback regarding its potential change in scope. The subcommittee not only explored different uses of technology to provide an overall kind of better customer service experience, but also to streamline the review process for council and increase administrative efficiencies as well. So overall, just a more efficient process. Now that brings us this evening. This brings us to this evening in which staff's requesting really to move the dial from our initial subcommittee review to city council consideration of these conceptual recommendations. Moving forward, staff will begin working to implement any of the approved activities and develop those additional agenda items that require further city council action. And although this is although this is really kind of an iterative process over the next year, and that is as we move forward to implementing these recommendations, feedback will be encouraged from commissioners, committee members, and community stakeholders, or those who are involved in our committees and commissions. And that feedback will be shared with our subcommittee and ultimately city council as well. Also, refining kind of a policies and procedure manual will require having gone through the entire appointment cycle. So identified in the staff report is the subcommittee's recommendations, and for brevity, I didn't go through each recommendation individually this evening. However, the recommendations they touch on all of the areas listed. So contingent upon the recommendations this evening, a timeline moving forward. You see a tentative timeline moving forward that could include developing agenda items that require further city council action over the coming months, holding interviews in March and April, and appointing commissioners and committee members in May and June. And again, the evaluation process would continue after this timeline through the eventual completion of a comprehensive the completion of a comprehensive policies and procedures manual. And to conclude, I'd like to thank all the departments for their contributions towards this assignment. Last but certainly not least, I really want to thank the subcommittee for all their hard work and dedication over the last 6 months. I thought we had a really good working group on this assignment. And the subcommittee, city staff, and I are available for questions as well. Thank you.
Chris, thank you very much for that PowerPoint presentation. And I believe it was Councilmember Harnick and Councilmember Weber who were working with you on this. So thank you. And Councilmember Harnick, you have a question or comment?
I have a couple of comments. First of all, I know Councilmember Weber and I had lots to say on this, and probably occasionally were peppering Mr. Gary more than he wanted to be peppered. But his work that he has gone through and what he has done to make this so that we can make sure that we have the contributions of our committees and commissions while making sure that it was respectful of the staff is really impressive. And Mr. Gary, I have to tell you, not a big PowerPoint fan. That was really a great PowerPoint. Loved it. Loved the graphics. They all look good. So thank you for that. The one comment I had when you talk about the interview process, I would think you have number 14 and 15. The only, in my mind, and I, of course, I'm looking for input, I think those committees and commissions that have autonomous power, that make their own decisions, should be interviewed every 4 years. I don't think every committee or commission member should be interviewed every 4 years. And really, there's a time constraint, and to be realistic. But, and when you say 15, create a limited review process, parenthetically short form, for continuing reappointments, that would be for the advisory positions. And that would be my input. That's my suggestion. And I look forward to hearing my colleagues' suggestions.
I like your suggestions, Councilmember Harnick, and Mayor Pro Tem Kathleen Kelly.
First, thank you to my two colleagues who worked on the subcommittee, to Mr. Gary, and to all of the staff who had input on this. It's really an impressive piece of work. On that item 14 issue, I would suggest that ultimately it's adopt a policy defining when commissioners and committee members shall interview. Since this is a first step and all of this is going to be refined. I do have a handful of questions. And I'll start with the one that I feel is the thorniest. We've surveyed current committee members about whether their meeting times are convenient and whether alternative times would be convenient or inconvenient. And to my way of thinking, it's perhaps not surprising that the people who are currently serving find the current meeting times convenient. That may have something to do with why they were available to serve. So I'm just wondering if the subcommittee explored any way to tap the input of the missing people, the people who might serve if they had the chance to serve at a time more convenient to them. And I recognize it's pretty darn hard to survey missing people, but I just want to ask whether that topic was raised, whether it was thought about, and if so, what the discussion was.
And I think by looking at all the committees and commissions at the other cities, was there any corresponding information with those, Chris?
In regards to time, I think most I think most committees and commissions were occurring later in the day or in the afternoon hours. I think what we did is, in regards to this, it did come up in conversation. The city did a survey years ago, and we kind of looked at some of what those results were, at least we were referencing those results, where it's really kind of mixed information. It wasn't anything that was really conclusive about particular meeting times.
Thank you. And this may be a topic we have to revisit and just explore how to get input. And then I wanted to ask about a couple of the committees where some evolution is proposed. One of those is the Youth Committee. My perception is that its members have been very good at certain service projects, but not so excited about showing up for meetings. So the proposal here is that what we're trying to accomplish with the Youth Committee be rechanneled to the YMCA's Youth in Government program, which is an excellent program. Have we figured out whether that Youth in Government program would be a good vehicle for accomplishing some of the service purposes that the Youth Committee has addressed, like volunteering at the Jocelyn Center to help our seniors with technology?
I'd like to defer to our community development director, Ryan Stendell, who's available with us as well.
Good evening, Honorable Council. Those questions have been began with the YMCA. The YMCA has indicated a willingness to work with us in any way and see the parallels of both programs. So my gut feeling, yes, absolutely. Dallas and the Y and the Youth in Government program would be absolutely happy to oblige in those types of programs, in addition to the added benefit of their program.
And maybe the Y can be of help, even if it's not through Youth in Government, for specific service projects. Looks like Councilmember Harnick had something in response to that also.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. We did talk about that exact issue because having been part of the Youth Committee for so many years, sometimes there's a great turnout at the Jocelyn, and sometimes, it ebbs and flows. But we did talk about the YMCA being involved, and the YMCA is such a great partner for that as well. And their willingness to, that was the one thing that we really specifically talked about, is the assistance that the Youth Committee gives to the Jocelyn Center in their technology, because that has been an asset. The other thing, there's a few other things that the Youth Committee helps with, and it's the same things as the YMCA does too, like the golf cart parade and a few other things like that. They run parallel. So we did talk about that, and I think we just have a opportunity to re-energize and give new opportunity to these youth.
Thank you. And then the Library Promotion Committee. I have had the privilege of attending one of their meetings. I understand their meetings are infrequent, and it surprised me, quite frankly, when I attended, that there wasn't more on the agenda, because the library is a widely used service, and I would expect there to be a role for a user committee. Do we know whether the library itself has a user committee that gives them input?
Mayor Pro Tem Kelly, I do not know if they have that.
And then the last topic I had, and I did ask Mr. Gary about this before today's meeting. My preference would be to consult existing committee members before we go on record with a recommendation to eliminate their committee. And I gather as yet that hasn't happened with the specific committees listed here. Do I have that right?
That is correct.
So this is such good work. I don't want to leave it on the shelf. I do want us to move things forward. I think it would help my comfort level under points 2, 3, and 4 if we simply said explore elimination of, instead of making it a final action, so as to acknowledge that we do value the people who are currently serving and we do want their input before taking final action. That's all I have.
Okay, that's a good point, Kathleen. Councilmember Jonathan.
Thank you. So just a few questions to staff. Chris, one area that I was a little confused about and had some concerns was membership. Paragraph 5 that addresses real or perceived conflict of interests. So real is pretty easy to define. Perceived is pretty gosh darn broad. In your report, you referenced the California Fair Political Practice Commission, but the area you're talking about addresses the need to abstain when there is a real financial conflict. Did you find anything in looking at FPPC guidelines that addressed membership on city committees and commissions and prohibited membership based on perceived conflict?
Councilmember Jonathan, I'm hearing an echo there a little bit. Okay. So the conflict of interest policy generally relates to having as you mentioned, a financial impact on elected officials, city staff, commissioners, committee members, personal finances, or other finances. And the FPPC also states those individuals must avoid bias, but also the appearance of possible improprieties. Now, I've seen that in essentially in writing, but not really codified under the government code anywhere. So I think what the purpose of this recommendation is really to kind of look at what an enhanced conflict of interest policy, what it potentially might look like. And that's really still to be determined, but approval of this evening's, approval of this evening allows for the continuation of research into that matter and to return in the future.
Okay, and I'll move on to some other questions, but again, what you quote in the report is a prohibition from public officials participating in a decision in which they have an actual financial conflict. It does not address the substance of paragraph 5, which looks to prohibit membership on committees and commissions for a perceived conflict. And that was the distinction I was drawing. But for me to gain a better understanding in this part in your report, let me give you a few examples with regards to perceived conflict, which is, as I said, broad and literally undefined. So for example, an architect on the Architectural Review Commission, that can be a perceived conflict, right? Get inside knowledge, potentially, you hear the accusations, they may be unfounded, but the appearance is there. So as a result of this provision, would we prohibit architects from serving on ARC?
Councilmember Jonathan, that's a good question. And actually that particular example came up recently when we were discussing some of this. And so that's why it's fairly undefined. I think I think the subcommittee and just based on the research have an idea of what they're looking to do, but how that defined and how that is enforceable is another story. And I think that's why we anticipate to bring it to another meeting where it's further defined.
Okay. I mean, another example, as you know, we've had contractors and subcontractors and developers and architects on planning commission. That again, one can successfully argue is a perceived conflict of interest. They're interacting with staff. Are they getting inside knowledge? Are they getting tips about what's coming up? So would anyone in the business, so to speak, contractors, subcontractors, architects, and real estate investors, et cetera, be prohibited from serving on planning commission? Do you know?
No, because Councilmember Jonathan, because it's not truly defined yet, so I couldn't answer that. But it is great feedback for myself and the subcommittee going back into this policy, contingent upon council's approval.
How about bankers on the finance committee and CPAs?
Councilmember Jonathan, point noted.
Yeah. And finally, how about members on committees and commissions that are related by family or blood, directly or indirectly, to city council members? You know, I mean, is there a perception there that they're being favored, that they lack objectivity, that they have a conflict? Was that addressed by the subcommittee?
Councilmember Jonathan, again, I think it's for further discussion.
Okay. So what I'm hearing is that there is literally a lack of definition, as to be expected, by perceived conflict, which is why it probably often is not part of a requirement. So we'll get to the discussion, but if there is further opportunity for review of what's being proposed, then that is certainly an area that I see as ripe with.
I think Councilmember Jonathan is frozen for the moment, but I think his point is well taken. We could end up theoretically having people that don't have any expertise in a specific area being the only ones allowed to serve on a committee or a commission if we keep perceived loosely defined, or even using the word perceived. Sounds like maybe we need to rethink using that word perceived.
I'm sorry, I lost the connection.
Yes, I was filling in for you.
Okay, thank you. And I did have one other area that I wanted to ask staff about. Is that appropriate now?
Sure.
Okay, sorry. Arts and public places. It's been my perception that there's an opportunity missed there, that committee is so talented and is focused solely on arts and public places. Was there consideration given to expanding their role to just arts in Palm Desert in general, just call it an arts committee, so that they could address things like bringing in, specialty artists? We talked before about ones that build sandcastles, ones that draw amazing drawings on the sidewalk, that they could foster children's events, children in art, and work with some of the partners that we have that already do some of this. So was there any consideration given to expanding the role and responsibility of the Arts and Public Places Committee?
Councilmember Jonathan, I don't believe that was discussed. However, I think I mentioned, I think in the staff report, it mentions that this council meeting was also an additional opportunity for those types of ideas, that we realized that going into the subcommittee, these subcommittee meetings, that we have a certain perspective from the council members that are on there. And so the subcommittee welcomes additional questions and items to research. So thank you.
Thank you, Chris. And I echo the comments of my colleagues. An amazing job. You and the subcommittee, thank you so much for all your hard work.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Councilmember Susan Marie Weber.
I would just like a little more clarification, since the purpose of tonight is to be real clear about where we're going with this. Appointment term number 1, I'd like to make sure that we really are understanding that we're sending a letter out to all current members of all committees and commissions, asking them to remain in their positions until June 30, 2021, until such time we can go further with this and proceed with our interviews and so forth. It just says upon our fiscal year and extend the terms accordingly. But tonight I'd like to make sure, and I'm looking at Chris, Mr. Gary, for that, to make sure that that is going to happen, because I've already had comments from some committee members who are wondering, when their term expires in December 31st, 2020, what are they supposed to be doing?
Councilmember Weber, contingent upon approval, we will send letters out to the committee and commissioners, I imagine in the next week or two.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Okay, seeing no, other hands? Okay, Councilmember Harnick.
Just Chris Gary has done an outstanding job and really drilled down and did so much work and so much research on this. And I appreciate it. I know Councilmember Weber did too. We would get these, his work product was outstanding, and I really appreciate he went above and beyond, and certainly further than I had expected, and I appreciate every bit of it. And on that, I would like to move approval of this with the recommended changes that Mayor Pro Tem Kelly offered.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Can I just understand the motion? You're moving for actual approval of everything that's been presented. I thought I heard Mr. Gary indicate that it would go back for further consideration, given the feedback, the extensive feedback that was offered tonight.
Just in concept, it says. That's the recommendation, just in concept.
And that's what I'm trying to dial down. So if we pass that motion, will there be further consideration of the feedback that was offered tonight before we make any of these recommendations final?
Yes.
There's more work to be done, yes.
With the exception of the letters, the letters that are going to go out to our current counts, to our current committees and commission members.
Right.
Okay, Councilmember Jonathan, is that enough clarification? Because I too agree with what you were saying about using the word perceive, and that it needs to be further thought about. And I'm not crazy about that word choice of perceive.
Yeah, I mean, I understood that we will have another bite at the apple before this becomes actual policy. So with that understanding, I would approve the motion, yeah, or support the motion, excuse me.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. May we do a roll call vote?
Okay, Councilmember Harnick.
Yes.
Councilman Jonathan.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Kelly.
Yes.
Councilmember Weber.
Yes.
Mayor Nastandi.
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
Madam Mayor.
Yes.
We're going to be at it for a considerable period of time. I wonder if I could ask for a 10-minute comfort break.
Sure. How can I say no? So, all right, it's 5:50, so 6 p.m. We'll regroup.
Nice job, Chris.
Okay. And I'm gonna make myself a coffee. I'll be back. Sally?
I assume we're not on public streaming right now? We are on public streaming?
We
I
are.
believe we are.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just waiting patiently for everybody to rejoin. Here we go. I see 3 council members, including myself.
Well, it is a quorum. If necessary.
I bet we could get through the agenda a lot faster.
Okay. Okay. I believe we're all back. So we will continue where we left off, and we are now on item number 17, update on the economic development strategic plan, goals, and objectives. May we have a staff report, please?
Martine, you're up. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the City Council. Let me do a quick screen share and we can move forward. So in October of this year, Councilmember Harnick requested that we come back and provide the City Council a progress update on the economic development strategic plan. And as you will remember, the economic development strategic plan was approved in 2018. It really provides a framework for economic development policies and programs, and it's typically about 5 to 10-year plan. The plan was developed with comprehensive market research here in the city and the Coachella Valley. It also involved community stakeholder outreach. We had numerous outreach meetings with various sectors of the community that helped us shape the plan. The consensus views and promising opportunities were developed, and also pressing challenges were identified in the strategic plan, with the overarching goal to grow and diversify the city's economy, create new jobs in target industry clusters. So that really was the framework by which we've been working on the last couple of years. There were 4 key tactical priority and initiatives. Those initiatives were categorized as economic development marketing, business retention expansion program, revitalization of key commercial districts, entrepreneurial development, and business incubation programs. And I will give you a summary on these items, and as we move forward, we'll give you a progress on those goals and objectives. On the economic development marketing, the overall goal was to broaden our marketing efforts to include explicit focus on targeted economic development. Really, the key here was to place us and market the city as a place to live, as a great place to live, work, and play, to market us as a full-time, full-service community that is very, very business-friendly and supportive of development in our community. This was an initiative that we have undertaken the last several years. And also, we've also had opportunities to promote key development sites as part of our marketing efforts. For progress, our marketing team has created a new visual identity for our economic development team and for our messaging. And really the underlying and unifying message is Palm Desert welcomes you. You've seen this in some of our collateral materials that we developed as we share information with developers, our businesses, visitors, and residents. You may have seen some new banners that went on El Paseo that say Palm Desert welcomes you. That really is also a marketing effort to let folks in our community know, our business folks, our developers and visitors know that we're open for business. We welcome you into our city. Our marketing team has also taken on and developed a platform, which is by virtue of a standalone website, and also has marketing collateral and emails that we are able to use to communicate with our clients, our prospective developers and businesses. This has been a unifying message that we've been able to share throughout the community, and we have not reached out beyond that, and that was a result of COVID-19. We were well on our way to launching our marketing efforts with targeted sites, with our Invest Palm Desert Economic Development Incentive Program, and of course that was placed on hold, and I will touch upon that here shortly as well. But as a result of COVID-19 and in March, we had to pivot. There's another word that we've been hearing a lot of. And we really had our marketing team, along with our staff, really come together and look at a new opportunity to deliver a message that, number one, we're still welcoming folks and residents, visitors, and businesses, but we had to pivot into a unifying message, which was the Unite Palm Desert campaign. And you've seen a lot of that through our economic relief programs, a lot of that through our social media outreach, and a lot of that through our just general support that we have in other programs that have become available to our residents and businesses. Also, as part of the marketing efforts and as part of the pivot that we did during COVID, we initiated our new business support hotline as a dedicated line that we have been using through our emails, through our social media, to have a direct connection to our staff. That number was utilized extremely as we were doing the business loans with our community. We had a direct connection. Those connections were going directly to our staff, as well as our biz support email address. So that was another way that we were able to use a unifying message that we're open in helping our customers during this time. Another item that was launched in late fall of 2019 was our proactive business outreach, business retention expansion program. We produced a survey that we sent out to each individual business. There was 35 postcards with an online survey link that was provided. And also we followed up with various communications via telephone and in person to encourage folks to take the survey, to help us understand what their needs, what the city helped them with moving forward in the future. Unfortunately, again, we were in the middle of that outreach and that was placed on hold. Also another item that we were working on was our commercial recruitments. You may recall that we hired Buxton as a consultant that is a commercial recruitment operation that looks at psychographic information, demographic information, and looks at those businesses that are expanding that match our profile. Working with them, we were able to develop our top 20 matches. There were retailers, restaurants, entertainment opportunities that were identified. Again, outreach was continuing on with these 20 matches. The information that we gathered from Buxton was direct connection to the presidents and vice presidents of these companies or the development wings that were provided to us. And that information and that data is not going to go to waste. You know, as we come out of COVID-19, our next step is going to be to meet with our local brokers, our building owners, and share this information. It is very valuable. It provides a window and a look into what businesses are out there that really can match what we need and fill our gap in Palm Desert. So that is something that will continue on as we move forward in the coming year. The other goal and objective of the Economic Development Strategic Plan was to look at revitalization of key commercial districts. And the goal here was to focus the investment in very specific areas, focus infrastructure investment so that we can secure the long-term health and growth of these districts. El Paseo, Highway 111, San Pablo, Westfield, those are our key commercial areas. Not that North Palm Desert is not important, but certainly the majority of our commercial core is in this area. And interestingly enough, the Economic Development Strategic Plan was very, very strategic in tying into our general plan that was adopted several years before. And with that, we have opportunities to leverage the goal of creating our downtown core. As you know, the City Council and City have invested significant capital improvement dollars in the improvements to San Pablo. The San Pablo Improvement Project, of course, running from Highway 111 all the way down to Magnesia Falls, is a shining example of a targeted investment for infrastructure that would allow us to grow and to attract new businesses. But San Pablo Improvement Project goes beyond that. It really has a connection point to create the core, the center, where we can say that is where our center of our city is. It also ties our residents closer to our commercial areas. It really ties our civic center, our College of the Desert, McCollum Theater, and then in the future, the CV Link will also be a component of this tie-in. And phase 2, as you know, that is going to be progressing. It's actually underway, and that is the second phase coming from Fred Waring down to Magnesia Falls. And as I mentioned, the CV Link is another shining example of the key investment the city has done that ties into the Economic Development Strategic Plan, the city's general plan, and the vision for our downtown core. In addition, we have another key commercial revitalization project. The city owns the southeast corner of San Pablo and Fred Waring. Currently, we're under negotiations to sell the site to a developer. The project is proposed to have a 14,000 square foot retail restaurant ground floor with 60 residential units above. The entitlements are underway, and we anticipate this project coming to the City Council in the early, I would say late winter for review and approval. Another key component or district that we're focusing on, of course, is Westfield, our shopping mall. Significant challenge is there, opportunity as well, to look at the future. We have ongoing coordination with the Westfield property owners. The property owners are within Westfield, along with the ownership of the mall. The Sears, JCPenney's, and Macy's are major components of ownership in this area. And our goal is to envision a comprehensive redevelopment master plan. I've spoken to Vice President of Westfield for Development, indicated that to them our desire to unify this property and look at opportunities where the city can help facilitate a master plan. A master plan that will help us look at alternative uses, housing, hospitality, restaurant, health, entertainment, just to name a few. Certainly is a big opportunity to revitalize this site as an important component of our community. And just as another point to finish up on this slide is that the City Council, through its budget process for this fiscal year, has set aside some funding in our community development department to help facilitate that master plan, and we intend to pursue that in the coming months. Also, the key and focus infrastructure program that the City Council approved in January of this year was the Invest Palm Desert Economic Incentive Program. This was a program that was funded with $2 million and was well underway to help us with the revitalization of our key areas. You approved facade enhancement grants, you approved permit fee rebates, you approved incentives to create high wage jobs, and to work with new developers that are going to have opportunities to provide revenue sharing or assistance in other creative models. Unfortunately, COVID-19 is upon us. It hit, but luckily, with the vision of the City Council, we were able to pivot and reprogram those $2 million to help the community that was in need. The Unite Palm Desert Economic Relief Program was launched, and in late, I would say early summer and through the summer, our staff worked hard to assist over 160 small businesses with forgivable business loans, and also working with our community partners, and also working with our hospitality district or hospitality sector that is now currently offering a buy 2 nights, get 1 free incentive to help that sector. You're aware of our outdoor dining grants. We won't get into those any deeper, but certainly these are opportunities for us to continue with the assistance, to keep our businesses afloat in this time of need. And the last component and major initiative of the Economic Development Strategic Plan was to develop a business incubation center. And the City Council has, generously invested in this. This is an opportunity that is actually already in place. You funded $1 million to improve a tenant improvement area, 10,000 square foot lease space. This is a partnership with, excuse me, with CVEP, with Cal State San Bernardino, along with the city. This partnership is going to prove, in my opinion, to be well worth the investment. Cal State San Bernardino Palm Desert campus has allowed us to use their Scenic line. This is a high-speed broadband of fiber line that allows us to get high-speed internet so that we can incubate technology-based businesses, so that we can facilitate the cybersecurity program, the entrepreneurial program that will be launched in this facility. The facility is complete. In March, I believe we were looking at a grand opening probably in May. And of course, that was put on hold due to the pandemic. The location, I'm sure most of you know, it's 37023 Cook Street, and it's directly across the street from the Cal State Palm Desert, Cal State Palm Desert campus. And so we're looking forward to launching this. We're looking forward to working with CVEP to really go out and attract startup tech businesses on the coast, in the Bay Area, and bring them here where we have this facility with a great opportunity to grow and to help diversify our economy, to help create higher wage jobs, and really help us tie in with the university as we move forward. And the last item you see there on that screen is City Broadband Fiber Master Plan. You saw, most of you attended the Economic Summit that CVEP put together. And as you can see, one of the main topics and very high priority topics was providing fiber and broadband and fiber to the Coachella Valley. Connection to high-speed internet is a critical component of growing jobs and also helping our residents with their daily needs. So this is an ongoing project. Our Economic Development Subcommittee has met a couple of times on this topic. Mayor Pro Tem Kelly and Councilmember Jonathan sit on that subcommittee, and we're working on an opportunity to provide an RFP to hire a consultant to help us evaluate and look at the best way to move forward with providing a master plan that will allow us to put in the infrastructure as we move forward with development that will facilitate creating a connected city that will help us, again, attract businesses and help our residents with their connectivity. We anticipate that that RFP will go out in early January, and hopefully that we would, by mid to end of 2021, we'd have a master plan available for us to continue to implement. A lot of work needs to be done ahead of that, but certainly that is our goal under our plan. This is just a quick look. I don't know if some of you have seen the iHub, the signage that has been placed. And this illustrates our partnership with Cal State San Bernardino Palm Desert Campus, CVEP, of course, the city's logo there, the Palm Desert iHub. And I know that some of you have not been able to tour the site because of the pandemic, but it just to give you a sneak peek, a couple of shots from the interiors, it really provides a creative space to incubate businesses, collaborate with students, upcoming startup businesses. And you can see it's there, it's furnished, it's complete. This is on the picture on the right shows the kind of the cybersecurity entrepreneurial, student area. You'll see some offices, some co-working spaces. Really is a great opportunity for us to continue on the efforts that were outlined in the strategic plan. And the other, and probably one of the most important efforts that the city has been able to invest in is really in an effort to get the first standalone Cal State campus in Palm Desert. You approved the establishment and funding of Priority One CV. This is a standalone nonprofit entity and with the sole mission to enhance the arts, culture, education resources of Palm Desert and the Coachella Valley. And then of course, to bring the first standalone four-year campus to Palm Desert. The membership there you see on the screen has three representatives from the city, representatives from CVEP, the CVB, the Agua Caliente, Band Cahuilla Indians, and representation from the East Valley. This is an important aspect of our economic development strategic plan, and it really it does tie in perfectly to both the iHub and also the expansion of creating jobs in the future by having an educated workforce. That concludes my presentation. Thank you for your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Martine, thank you for a wonderful presentation, and our city's in good hands with you and your economic development department. So I see great things happening for Palm Desert and all of Coachella Valley. So very impressed with your work. Any questions or comments to staff? I think we're all just very happy with your work, Martine, and look forward to getting that update. Councilmember Harnick.
Thank you, Mayor. I just have a couple comments, and thank you so much. And I so appreciate the information, and there's so much we're doing. And I think we all recognize that it's a critical time for us to do whatever we can to get the economic development moving in the right direction. I have a couple questions. One, we talked about the survey we did back in, I guess we had really only probably about 5 months before COVID hit. Did we get any consistent message back from that, or any recurring theme from that?
You know what, we did, and I don't mean this to sound the wrong way, but our businesses are happy with the work that the council is doing, the work that the city is doing, and a lot of them were really just saying, we just want more information. What other things are the city, like, are there incentives for me to expand? And yes, we were working on those, right, with the Invest Palm Desert program. Is there opportunities for us to look at signage in a different way? Those were things that were coming up in the survey, but for the majority of the businesses, really we're happy with what Palm Desert is doing.
Oh, well, okay, that's good information. The other comment I have is when we did this, and I think we did this, it's almost 3 years ago when that document was generated. And we talked about revitalization of key commercial districts, and we named two, and it was El Paseo and Highway 111/San Pablo. And I wonder if now, 3 years later, if we need to be looking at the Dinah Shore, Monterey to Cook area to kind of be viewing that carefully also when we look at the current commerce and the merchants along that area, and all the obvious. We were just talking about the CSU and the iHub, and we're all aware of housing that's being built and the housing that we hope will be built there. Is it time for us to pay a little attention to that, because we see that building, and we want to make sure that we're putting everything into it to get the best results. So that's just my thought on it.
Absolutely. I think we know that coming out of COVID is going to be a challenging time. And the good news is that we have some key focal points that I think we really still need to continue on the efforts, right, in terms of education and diversifying our economy and revitalization. So though, absolutely. What I'd like to recommend is that we come back to you at the end of the fiscal year, see where we're at with COVID. And like you said, maybe there's new opportunities, new challenges that we need to revisit. This document should be a living document that should be reviewed and modified as necessary.
I just want us to keep our eyes open over there because there is a lot happening. So thank you so much for all that information.
Councilmember Jonathan.
Thank you, Mayor. Martine, congrats. Great work by you personally and by your team. I know it's a team effort. Very, very much appreciated because this is so important to our residents. Quick question. As part of the Invest Palm Desert program, we voted to fund, I can't remember if it was the full 50,000 or the largest portion of that amount for work that we essentially hired the Palm Desert Chamber to do, including forming a restaurant association and some other things. I didn't see that in your update. Can you just maybe send that around before our next council meeting or somehow update us on that part of the Invest Palm Desert program?
Absolutely. And that was the community partners component of the Unite Palm Desert campaign. It certainly.
Yeah, they got the lion's share of that, the 50,000 allocated to the community partners portion of Invest Palm Desert. So, and it wasn't just a grant. They were supposed to do certain things in exchange for that. So I just wonder if we can get an update.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions of staff? All right, seeing none, open for discussion. All right, then we're just going to receive and file. And do we have a motion to receive and file?
So moved.
I'll second. And may we have a roll call vote from the city clerk?
Councilmember Harnick.
Yes.
Councilman Jonathan.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Kelly.
Yes.
Councilmember Weber.
Yes, and thank you, Mr. Alvarez.
Mayor Nastandi.
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Martine.
Thank you. All right, now we're going to move to the public hearing portion of our council meeting. And the first public hearing is to approve the submission of fiscal year 2020-2021 Action Plan Amendment Number 1 in fiscal year 2019 to 2020 Action Plan Amendment Number 3 to the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development. We have a staff report.
Mr. Gary.
Great. Good evening again, Honorable Mayor and council members. In my PowerPoint here. Again, Chris Gary with the City Manager's Office. The item before you tonight is a request to program various types of federal community development block grant funds, otherwise known as CDBG funds. I have just a short presentation since many of these concepts have been presented to the City Council over the last 5 months. I'd like to start with the funding sources in terms of the programmed revenue and the new funding available as well. That'll be followed by examining the funding recommendations by category, and we'll conclude with looking at the next steps forward. So as early as April, the City Council took action to realign most of its available CDBG funds with activities to address the pandemic. And in doing so, the Council eventually programmed a total of $851,000 in federal funds, which includes $241,000 in CARES Act funding. Now, as displayed on the right, tonight's recommendation programs an additional $695,000 towards community improvements and additional response efforts to the pandemic. The amounts include a recent and unexpected $610,000 increase in additional CARES Act funding. So the funding categories and their respective activities were approved by this council on May 28th. And tonight's requested actions increase these categories accordingly. The recommendations, which include kind of a local preference, but really recognize regional needs as well, begin by programming 163,000 to nonprofit organizations for social services as well as economic development activities. And these organizations previously submitted applications during a request for proposal process, and additional funding would continue to fulfill those previous needs that were identified in those applications. The recommendations also increase our emergency rental assistance program by $250,000, which will assist another 60 to 78 families with rental arrears. Next, the Palma Village neighborhood improvements are recommended to increase by additional $162,000 for additional sidewalk and park improvements. And it's split between essentially split between those two, 80,000 towards sidewalk improvements and 80,000 towards park improvements. And also there was an allowable 20% in administrative costs, which any unexpended funds, they generally just roll over into unprogrammed funds for future use. And upon council's direction this evening and completion of the public comment periods, these federally required plans will be submitted to HUD for review and approval. Following approval, staff anticipates it'll take probably until late fall or early spring to complete most of these activities. And shortly afterwards, staff would present those accomplishments from both our nonprofit community and our city programs and projects as well. And staff and I are available for any questions. And as a reminder, this item is a public hearing. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Chris, for that report. And as always, good job. So now we'll move to, do we have any questions of staff? Councilmember Jonathan?
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Gary, you refreshed my memory. And I'm sorry if I missed it. What was the process for making the recommendation for the additional funding? Who participated in that process and how did that work?
Yeah, sure thing. So it was a collection of, once we received these funds, various city staff departments, we had multiple conversations, both economic development, public works, myself, trying to think, there was a few other departments involved. And so once those recommendations were made, we went to the outside agency funding committee for review. There was suggestions made at the outside agency funding committee level. And from those suggestions, we came back to the full council.
Okay. And so there were not, I mean, I noticed, I think there was one application for receive funding. Pretty much all the others were existing funded organizations that received additional funding. So did this group consider any other organizations, or you went to the existing pool?
We Councilmember Jonathan, we went to the existing pool because we've already gone through the RFP process, and there was a lot of commitments that weren't fulfilled within those applications. So in order to expedite the funds and get them into the community as quick as possible, we thought this was an advantageous approach.
Thank you.
Hey, if there's no other questions of staff, I will now open the public hearing. And I just want to remind everybody that wants to address us on this issue, you will have 3 minutes. And we now have a timer. When you've used your first 2 minutes, you'll see a yellow circle. And when there's just 15 seconds left, you will start seeing a red circle, and then you'll hear a sound that indicates you're finished. So I'm going to ask the city clerk if we have anyone that wishes to speak on this issue on the agenda.
We do not have anyone wishing to speak on this item.
Okay, and I will close the public hearing. And now I'll open it back up for any city council discussion. Or maybe we have a motion to approve the submission.
So moved.
All right. Okay, we have a motion and a second. Let's have a roll call vote.
Councilmember Harnick.
Yes.
Councilman Jonathan.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Kelly.
Yes, recording that I recuse myself from item 4 among the nonprofit recipients.
Councilmember Weber,
Yes.
Mayor Nastandi.
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0 with the noted exception on number 4.
Okay, and then we have one more public hearing, and Mayor Pro Tem Kathleen Kelly, I will pass the microphone per se to you to lead us in this public hearing.
You're muted.
This brings us to consideration for approval of a recommendation from the City Council Subcommittee on Short-Term Rentals, amending Municipal Code Chapter 5.10, short-term rentals related to planned residential zoning districts. Do we have a staff report?
We do. Can everyone see it? All right. Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, members of the City Council. Kevin Swartz, Associate Planner with the Planning Department. So just to go over a brief background, in 2017, during the year-long citywide policy update to the short-term rentals, the city held several meetings with numerous stakeholders and members of the public. The City Council also held 3 separate public hearing meetings in 2017, and ultimately the City Council adopted an ordinance implementing new policy standards for short-term rental operations. In 2018, staff was directed to monitor short-term rental use in the PR neighborhoods without an active HOA. In 2019, a slight uptick in new short-term rental permits within those areas was evident. Staff prepared a couple informational reports to the City Council. Ultimately, in 2020, the volume of complaints to short-term rental hotline and the emails to City Council members along with staff escalated significantly. Mainly they occurred along Hoveley Lane West. On August 27th, 2020, at the City Council request of Council members Kelly and Jonathan, that staff re-examine a small portion, a known concern with the PR properties that do not have a governing HOA similar to R1 and R2 properties. So these are the 4 neighborhoods that have been examined. This is Shepherd Lane off of Portola, Gerald Ford, Frank Sinatra. This is the Grove off of Deep Canyon here, highlighted in red. This is also on Deep Canyon North by Magnesia Falls, a couple of these streets here. And then Hoveley Lane West. I do want to point out that all 4 of these neighborhoods are zone PR, but they function the same as an R1 property. They all have the same development standards in regards to building height, building setbacks, lot coverage. So they're all very similar public streets. On September 10th, 2020, the City Council adopted a 45-day moratorium, which was extended on October 15th, 2020, on issuing new short-term rental permits within the PR zoning districts unless approved by the governing HOA. Also at the September 10th meeting, the City Council authorized the short-term rental subcommittee, which appointed council members Kelly and Jonathan, to work with staff and to present a recommendation to the entire City Council. So that is what we're doing tonight. So we're focusing on the PR zone. As you can see in the map down here, highlighted in yellow, this is the bulk of our residential zoning district. Approximately, there's a little over 24,000. This number is not up to date. We do have new development occurring in the north end of the city, but the PR zone is to provide flexibility, and this is typically what you see in the gated communities. I want to throw this slide out there too. Currently, we have 779 short-term rentals. You can see on the left here, these are our residential zoning districts, PR R1, R2, R3, residential estate, and hillside. This is in the middle column, this is the percentage of housing stock. So you can see the bulk, 68% is within the PR zoning districts, followed up by the R1, R2, R3, and RE. So on the right here, this is the number of permits, and you can see a bulk of them, 709 out of the 779 are located within the PR, mainly the gated communities. So tonight's recommendation was determined by public input since 2018. Many of the property owners within the 4 neighborhoods that I just highlighted, they thought their properties were zoned R1, and a lot of them actually were present after 2017 and voiced their concerns. It wasn't until 2018 that they realized that their neighborhoods were zoned PR. Also, the recommendation is also acting on the 2017 City Council policy that short-term rentals were just not compatible within the R1, R2 neighborhoods or their equivalent. So the main change to tonight's recommendation is owners applying for new short-term rentals within the PR zones are required to provide a written approval letter from the HOA having jurisdiction over the property. I do want to point out that this is very similar requirement to when an owner or a contractor is acquiring a building permit within an HOA. Typically, staff receives a stamp on the plans or some sort of a letter. The other change is existing permits within the PR zones, excluding the on-site owner permits, without a written approval letter by the HOA shall terminate, and such uses permanently cease operation after December 31st, 2021. So this is a phase out for a period of 1 year. No other changes to enforcement and the operation standards. The on-site owner permits are subject. Going to the phase out, there's currently about 67 permits approximately. These are the neighborhoods that I showed: Shepherd Lane, Hoveley Lane West, The Grove, and that north area off of North Deep Canyon. So these are those 67 permits. So the PR zone again makes up about 68% of the housing stock. Elimination of the 67 permits is a very small percentage. And the short-term rental remains in approximately 75% in all approved zones. So a large amount of our inventory is still intact. So current public comments from what we've heard is the city has received numerous emails and phone calls requesting that the city create a citywide subcommittee as in 2017 and should involve everyone. We've also heard from residents within those 4 neighborhoods identified earlier that have requested to be rezoned from PR to R1 to ban STRs. The city has also received emails from operators expressing concern with obtaining the letter from the HOA. Some people believe that is problematic. Over the last couple of months, the city has heard similar comments from both sides, opposition to and in favor of short-term rentals. The comments are very similar as in 2017. Residents opposed are stating that their quality of life is ruined and they want their neighborhoods back. Meanwhile, the operators are stating that we should all work together and find solutions and that this is an unconstitutional taking. With all the above, it comes back to Council's 2017 policy that short-term rentals were just not compatible within single family and similar neighborhoods. Again, I wanted to show this stat that short-term rentals remain in approximately 75% in all approved zones. And the on-site owner permit and long-term rentals are still options within these neighborhoods and for the owners. So I also received a question regarding the ordinance process. So I just want to clear this up for people. Tonight is a public hearing for the first reading, recommendations to Chapter 5.10, short-term rentals. If the council approves and passes the ordinance to second reading tonight, the second reading would occur at the next city council meeting on December 10th, 2020. So that concludes staff's presentations. Are there any questions of staff at this time?
Are there questions from council? Yes, Councilmember Jonathan.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Mr. Schwartz, thank you for the presentation. Thank you for your long time good work in this area. Much appreciated. I just want to make sure I understand some of the data you put up there. I think you said the action that's being recommended tonight would affect approximately 67 properties from throughout our city. Is that correct?
Correct. Yes, approximately.
Yeah. And that represents like a 2.5%, I think, of the STR permits, and that 75% of our city would still retain the ability to issue STR permits. I guess what I want to confirm and make clear in my mind, and perhaps in the mind of the public, what's being recommended here is not some kind of a wholesale change to the STR ordinance. It would largely not affect existing STRs in the PR zone. This is really meant to address those 4 areas that you designated in your PowerPoint slide. And those 4 areas are kind of an unwanted stepchild, if you will, in the sense that they look, feel, and smell like R1 zones, traditional neighborhoods, but for various reasons were given PR zoning designation. So this is just to correct that anomaly and essentially not tinker with the rest of our ordinance. Is that accurate?
Yes, I would say so.
Okay, and I understand. Thank you.
Could I ask, Councilmember Weber, could I ask a quick follow-up question before coming to you? Well, why don't you go ahead? Go ahead. I can come back to that.
Well, not a problem. I just want a clarification. Do those 67 homes belong to HOAs?
So some of those homes are within little HOAs, like Shepherd Lane has a couple. Let me go back to the slide, but they're not your typical HOAs as a gated community. So this is Shepherd Lane, and there's usually like a 16 lot subdivision here where they do have a little HOA, but it just pays for lighting and maintenance. It doesn't, it's not the same as a typical gated community.
Like it's not gated and so forth. So when you suggest that we're going to have written approval from HOAs, they all do belong to an HOA that would have authority to sign off on it. Is that correct?
Not all. No.
Oh. Some of them don't belong to HOAs, but some of them do, and then that would fall under having to have jurisdiction over the property would need a written approval. Are they aware that we're asking for that? Are HOAs aware of that?
Yeah, staff has spoken with a couple HOAs. We actually sent out a letter a couple weeks ago, for this meeting. We've gotten some feedback from some HOAs and from short-term rental operators within HOAs.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
This might be a good place for my follow-up question, because we have received substantial concern from current permit holders in gated communities who are fearful that depending on who's in charge of their HOA, that there might be some game playing when it comes to issuance of letters. So that leads me to ask this question to see if it can address that concern. We have a substantial number of permits that currently exist in gated communities and have been shown to be permitted. In staff's estimation, would it be workable if upon adopting this ordinance, we instruct staff to, in the case of any community with any gated community with existing permits, to treat that as permitted unless and until that HOA informs us otherwise, so that there would have to be a clear process changing the policy before anyone would be adversely impacted. Would that be workable?
Yes, I believe so.
Thank you. Councilmember Harnick, did you have any questions?
No, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Actually, Councilmember Jonathan had all the questions I had answered. Thank you.
Very well. Madam Clerk, do you have people in queue? Should I open the public hearing?
We do have people in the queue.
All right. I am without a gavel. So I'll pound on the table and open the public hearing. Each speaker will be entitled to use 3 minutes. And I believe we will have a display that will try to keep you informed about how much time you have left. Who's first?
We will begin with Aileen Begoyan. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, everyone.
Hi.
My name is Aline Begoyan. I'm the property manager for my family's rental property, which we purchased in June of 2020. We have invested and spent thousands of dollars within the city to upgrade the property. We have only used local companies within the city of Palm Desert to assist us in the remodeling work we put in. We currently have on payroll a gardener, landscaping company, pool maintenance guy, cleaning crew, and handyman who are regularly paid because of the short-term rental abilities that we have. I am very selective about who I allow to rent the property. I have denied several groups of young adults of who I felt may be a nuisance to our neighbors. We understand that there are those groups that will cause problems. However, the core demographic of travelers who stay in short-term rentals are families and are there to create memories in this beautiful city. These guests spend money at local businesses in the city, resulting in an increased economic activity for the city. Almost every guest asks me where to shop for groceries or where to go for dinner. I am always recommending local restaurants and local activities. We are constantly upgrading and maintaining the property, which helps the property values within the city. Banning short-term rentals will not only heavily affect the companies we have on our payroll in this uncertain economic time, but will also hinder income to the city that comes from the money spent within the city by our renters. We are here to work with you in finding a mutual solution. We hope that you can see the economic impact to all of us and the individuals we employ if the decision to ban short-term rental is passed. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. And who is next?
I will elevate David Fix.
Could you spell the last name?
Fickes.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is David Fickus, and I represent 74602 Lavender Way. First off, thank you for the opportunity to voice my support for short-term rentals. My fiance and I have owned our home in Palm Desert for the past 3 years and have welcomed nearly 90 stays during this time. Since the beginning of COVID, we've noticed an increasing number of families looking to enjoy a safe, relaxing getaway here in the desert. Our guests enjoy the amazing weather, great takeaway food from our local restaurants, and spend quality time with family and close friends. That being said, we've logged 10 noise complaints with code compliance. 3 of them were unfounded. There was no noise upon arrival. 5, all before 10 p.m., were quieted with immediate compliance by the guest with no citations issued. And 2 of them, separate complaints. One was for children talking and playing, and a second for talking and laughter. Please think about those 2 complaints for a minute. Thank you.
And thank you. Next, we will hear from
Mary Suarez.
Ms. Suarez.
Yes, hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, please
Hi.
continue.
Hello, and thank you guys. Thank you all city council members for allowing me the opportunity to speak to you today. My name is Mary Suarez. I'm a resident of Palm Desert, as well as a short-term vacation rental owner here. I've been here for years, operating short-term rentals actually since 2008 with great success. And I don't just mean financially. You start building relationships with people. I've had almost a dozen people move to Palm Desert because they first rented our home. We have very strict rules and regulations. We enforce them with every guest. And by doing this, we have never had one citation. In fact, we've been doing this since 2008, which is what I told you. Okay, so this is what we're asking for, please, from the city council. We need fairness and enforcement. And after listening to Kevin, and now I see we're just targeting the people in a non-HOA.
Do you want to call me back if you
I'm sorry?
find it?
Gina, your sound is on.
And so is your video, Gina.
Okay. Okay, sorry. Okay, so what we want is fairness and enforcement, okay? No one has ever tried to actually fix the problems with the STRs. All that I've ever seen and heard, I was involved in 2017, even though I'm in a PR zone, is they want to shut them down. And after listening to Kevin, now they're going to target if you're not in an HOA. I do understand there are some bad short-term rental owners. There are. And they should be shut down. But I think the majority of the homeowners are very good and we do the right thing. To move forward in advance, you have to learn from the past. We have to learn from the bad STR owners and we have to create rules and regulations. And the most important thing we have to do is enforce them. This is how we advance. And I'm more than happy to help in any way that I can. I keep saying this, but just because there's a few bad apples on a tree, it doesn't mean that we should cut the whole tree down. By cutting down the tree, we've taken the opportunity away from everyone in the city to not experience eating apples. I mean, it's a bit crazy and it's really not the right decision. You figure out why there's bad apples, you fix it so everyone can continue to enjoy the fruit. With strict enforcement, our beautiful city can flourish and prosper. Families can enjoy private homes with great STR owners. Please, let's come up with enforcement solutions that are good for everyone. Remember, I'm a residence too here. I live off of Hobley Lane.
Ms. Suarez, your time has expired. Thank you.
Okay, sure.
Next, we will hear from
Frank.
Good evening, honorable council members. Thank you for allowing me to speak today. I just wanted to address my concerns regarding Ordinance 1360. The fact is it would affect all STR owners in the PR zones, those living in HOAs, since currently they don't need approval letters from their homeowners association. So let's clarify the facts. They would now require that particular letter. So it does make it more difficult and challenging for those current short-term rental owners in HOA to get licenses, given the fact that their HOA might not approve it. Also, I think the council needs to be waiting on discussion of this issue until the newly elected council member is sworn in at the next meeting. We have a discussion at this meeting, December 10th. We're going to have a new council member on board. There were over 2,000 voters that would like to have a new council member join you. And it's only fair to involve her input on such a key piece of legislation. Most importantly, why is this ordinance being rushed through so quickly without any input from community members or STR members? There was a subcommittee created, no agenda disseminated, no public participation allowed in this subcommittee, especially in this ordinance that would impact quite a few different property owners. Are there any financial gains here, political promises, or personal vendettas to rush this particular ordinance through? I think the key is to work together to address issues and eliminate any problems through healthy communication. You know, we're just throwing ordinances on the agenda without getting a team together, without thoroughly studying it. We're not the same group as 2017. we're in a different time. We're facing different things. And with that being said, the subcommittee, I think, failed when they acknowledged and said that we are faced with the same issues as 2017. I hope that you reconsider this ordinance, invite our new council member to get involved in discussion, and hold off on any votes until then. Thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Next, we will hear from
Gina Miller. You have 3 minutes.
Hello, honorable council members. My name is Gina Miller. I'm a proud owner of a short-term rental home in the beautiful city of Palm Desert. I am in the PR zone and I'm not in the HOA. I'm asking you to please stop the ban of short-term rentals in this city of Palm Desert. Having a short-term rental is a privilege that I don't take for granted. I've always been respectful to my neighbors, and so have my guests. I've never had any complaints from my neighbors. Some of my neighbors love renting my house when they have out-of-town guests staying in town. A lot of people like to rent a home when they come to Palm Desert instead of staying in a hotel. It feels like a home away from home for them. They can enjoy their family all staying together or their friends all staying together. They can enjoy having a kitchen, a family room to gather in, and their own private pool. I have wonderful people that come from all over the United States that come to Palm Desert and stay at my home. Golfers, tennis players, concert goers, and many people that like to travel. These guests bring so much business to the city, and I'm always recommending restaurants, shopping areas, and entertainment places for them to enjoy when they come to town. With every guest that books a stay at my home, I call them, I welcome them, I go over all the house rules with them. The rules are no loud noise, no loud music, no music after 10, 3-car maximum, and 2 must be put in the garage. No pets and no smoking. Everyone has been so respectful to me, my home, and the rules. The short-term rental is my main source of income. It will be a huge financial hardship on me and all the people I give jobs to, the cleaning lady, pool guy, repairman, and the gardener. Their incomes will also be compromised. I bought this home because having a short-term rental was allowed. I never thought it would be banned. If short-term rentals are banned, it will be devastating to me and many of the short-term rental owners that I know personally. I'm asking you to please not ban this. Instead, maybe set some city rules to go by. If some short-term rentals are causing issues in some neighborhoods, maybe fine them or ban them if they don't comply with your rules. But please don't punish the ones who will comply with your rules and standards and who love having this privilege. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Miller. And next we will hear from
Give me a moment there. I found it. Evelyn Eckert.
Ms. Eckert.
Yes, I'm sorry. I had to unmute me.
You have 3 minutes.
I think she's muted.
No, not on this end here.
She doesn't show muted. Ms. Eckert, could you try
Thank you.
to be heard? Perhaps we could come back to Ms. Eckert.
Okay. Irma Baronian.
Ms. Baronian, you have 3 minutes.
Yes, hello.
Hi.
Good evening, Palm Desert City Council and City Manager. Since my husband and I were children, our parents always had homes in the Palm Desert area. We as a family decided to keep that tradition, and after we got married, decided to buy our own. Since 2003, we have bought 3 different homes over the years. Now we own 2 in the Hobley Lane West area. To pay our bills, we rent them out. We are very diligent about keeping our homes clean and presentable. We adhere to all the rules and regulations that the city has imposed throughout the years and demand it from all our guests. Everyone would rather drive than fly to their week-long vacations since COVID-19 hit. We stopped all STRs when the city asked us to. Then when the STRs were reinstated, we have been renting our homes nonstop, not realizing the change of people renting, hence party people. We put a stop to that immediately. We are heavily screening all guests, making them sign contracts that they will be responsible for any fines. We have now controlled the partying. Both our houses have never been issued tickets because we have been on top of getting in touch with our guests. Now we only rent our houses to families and business people like we were renting before COVID. We always keep in contact with our guests. They ask for church, temples in the area. They ask for shopping and restaurants in Palm Desert. They come to play tennis and golf. All our guests rather stay in private homes as opposed to hotels. They come as a family and they would rather spend their money in the restaurants and shops in Palm Desert. If the STRs are banned in Palm Desert, they will just find homes to rent in other cities, which will take revenue away from Palm Desert. All STRs in Palm Desert have a cleaning crew, pool man, gardeners, as you heard before, handyman, etc. That they have come once, twice, sometimes 3 times a week for maintenance. If STRs are banned, all these business owners who live in Palm Desert will be severely impacted. Most STR owners depend on rental income to provide for their families. With this in mind, in the event an adverse decision is made against STRs, we as homeowners will be forced to seek other means of paying our bills. We would like to have the opportunity to show you that most STR owners are willing and able to work with the city and neighbors to make it beneficial for all. Let's get rid of the bad STR owners, make harsh fines, and continue bringing revenue to Palm Desert. America is a land of opportunity and freedom. Please don't take that away from our families. For most STRs owners, this is the only income to provide for the family. We hope and pray that you give us that chance. Thank you very much from my husband, Michael, and I, Irma Baronyan. Have a happy and healthy Thanksgiving.
Thank you. And next we will hear from
James Sutherland. You have 3 minutes.
Hello. I'm a responsible STR owner along the Shepherd Lane corridor. In the 6 years of operating an STR, we received 1 legitimate complaint on our property in the first year, completely changed how and who we rent to, and haven't had one since. For my wife and I, this is not a cynical business. Our home is not a hotel. We rent it to heavily screened guests to subsidize a house at a vacation destination that my wife and I would like to permanently move to and would now if our professions allowed. We know our neighbors in Palm Desert. Before COVID, socialized with them and have maintained relationship with neighbors even after they left. Their families have rented our house. However, unlike them, we've remitted well into the 5 figures over our property tax. In real terms, 6 years of our TOT covered most of the cost of 1 yearly police salary, and our guests occupy what would be an empty house and spend money locally. Without STRs, that money for local businesses is gone because hotels aren't increasing their capacity to compensate. The city defunding itself during these incredibly difficult economic times is not a good steward, especially when the city is dealing with deficits. I'm also alarmed at the speed at which this decision is being made on a very incomplete data set. None of the city has been able to offer evidence beyond the anecdotal, a partial picture on a neighborhood, or a very short snapshot in time that this is a citywide and pervasive problem. I feel for people who live next to party houses and realize that to them, their experience is not an anecdote, but there are granular solutions to deal with party houses without an outright ban. This ban would cover around 70 properties, and we're hearing anecdotes about a very few. By the way, 70 properties is 10%, not 2%. This has the makings of an exercise in confirmation bias against STRs. I have some questions. Does the city actually know the dollars and cents cost to this ban, not only in taxes, but having a lower tourist capacity, therefore fewer people who spend money supporting Palm Desert businesses? Another one, I've spent around $40,000 in improvements to this property during this past year alone, and made improvement decisions that did not have equity in mind that cannot be recouped by selling the house. I did this on a legally licensed property. If the city is taking away my ability to recoup this investment, is the city planning on making me whole? Why is the city council voting on this now during a lame duck period right after an election where 2 candidates who were vocal about their opposition to STRs lost overwhelmingly? Why not wait until the new council is seated? Why not wait until the economy is recovered? Owners want to partner with the city to make this work for everyone and weed out irresponsible operators. Property owners are waking up to the fact, just like when we were told a couple years ago that it only applies to our neighborhoods and now only apply to PR neighborhoods, that HOAs will be next. And the city seems to be methodically outlying STRs, slowly chipping away owners without having an honest, data-driven conversation. It's time for that conversation because nobody wants to see this end up in litigation, which is where it will be headed if this ordinance as written passes. We can make this work for everyone because for most owners and neighborhoods, it already is. Thank you.
Thank you. And next we will hear from
Jennifer Shepard. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak, Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council, and staff. I'm speaking in opposition to Ordinance 1360 regarding STRs. I believe strongly that this ordinance is too draconian a response to address the current issues and concerns brought forth in Palm Desert. I certainly understand that there are some legitimate concerns about STRs for certain neighborhoods. However, short-term rentals, as you have heard from the speakers in front of me, have created significant overall benefit to the community, and your own city guidelines and regulations in the Good Neighbor program have the potential to work if properly enforced and if owners are held responsible for their renters. A substantial majority of owners model excellent short-term rental practices by thoroughly reviewing guidelines with their potential renters, ensuring agreed upon compliance to rules and regulations, vetting renter identity, and holding renters accountable if violations occur. If an owner does not adhere to those expectations as laid forth by the city, they should absolutely be held accountable with fines, potential loss of permit, or permanent removal of their permit so that Palm Desert neighborhoods can maintain a quality of life that they deserve. As you've heard enumerated, there are many benefits to the local economy. I will not repeat the vast number of small businesses and individual licensed working owners who benefit taking care of these facilities. Visitors to our incredible community return regularly and fall in love with the community, bringing us potential future owners based on their short-term rental experiences. And you've heard that directly from a prior speaker as well. These visitors bolster our local economy through shopping, dining, hiking, biking, and other entertainment activities. And while these services would likely be utilized under regular residential circumstances, their frequency increases significantly with short-term rental users. I believe strongly that the circumstances and data being presented for 2020 are an anomaly given our COVID crisis, and I fully expect that situation regarding STRs will return to a more typical year when COVID subsides. I would be proud for Palm Desert to be known as a welcoming community for visitors of all types. You have sayings such as "Unite Palm Desert" and "Palm Desert welcomes you." It's important that that be for all people. I believe that this can be done through dialogue and collaboration with the city and homeowners to hold both owners and renters accountable. Let's unite Palm Desert.
Thank you. Next, we will hear from
Devin Kasprick. You have 3 minutes.
Well, hey, I'm a member of ERON. My background, it's in data and analytics. I work for a prestigious healthcare company in the Bay Area. So I purchased my home last September. I'm off Shepherd Lane and I'm sandwiched in between HOAs. However, my street isn't on an HOA, and this change directly impacts me. So this home is my primary residence, and I work remotely and I frequently travel between the Bay Area and here. And my plan was to offset some of my costs by renting out my home on a short-term basis. I'm not able to rent out my home for short periods of time since I'm required to come back multiple times a month. And I never expected a situation where the city, might flip and ban short-term rentals in my area just after purchasing my home. Already with music festivals this year and probably the following year, it's going to make tourism in the area a lot different compared to years in the past. I do have a short-term rental permit already. However, I haven't rented out my home yet for a single day, and there's already this proposed ban. If this proposed ban takes place, I'd probably be forced to sell my home at a loss. So I'm looking forward to rent out my home for various reasons to showcase the interior design, art, and style. This isn't something that hotels can do, and not on a smaller, unique personal scale. When I purchased my home, waiting to take possession around Labor Day, there was no supply of Airbnbs for me to rent out, and it forced me to stay in a hotel. when I stayed at the hotel, individuals weren't wearing masks and nothing was being enforced. There's nothing stopping guests from coming in our elevators, without their masks on. And the only thing I was forced to do was step out and leave. With the current pandemic, and public hotels is a lot difficult compared to if we stayed at a secluded private short-term rental. So as soon as hotels can provide, multiple car garages with private pools and entrances to the building, they won't be able to compete with the same offerings that short-term rentals can provide. Individuals who want their privacy and their own home is the market of travelers that we're losing out on. So the full impact of the pandemic as well hasn't been felt financially, and we're still not fully recovered. I know the Marriott Hotel turned $100 million profit last quarter, and they did so by cutting costs and laying off staff and cutting expenses. Shepherd Lane is right next to the Marriott Hotel, and it's really counterintuitive now that we're giving these hotels an increased monopoly, giving them 2-for-1 night deals, and then now as well banning STRs. So what's different compared to 2017 is the pandemic and health and safety concerns. So in making your decision, I hope the health and safety into consideration, and as well as the travelers coming into our areas, their expectations, and putting our city on the right path for growth.
Thank you. Next, we will hear from
Yu Lu. You have 3 minutes.
Oh, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you for listening. I just want to say that I'm part of the 67 units you're going to phase out and take away my only source of income. And you said that represents about 2 point something of the homes, 2 point something %. And you say that's a small amount, right? Right now, to you. But to us owners, to me, and the people we hire to clean and maintain, it's 100% our livelihood. What does this say about? What it does say is that you can and you will take away 67 or 100 units at a time, saying it's insignificant each time. Just like the last time you phased out zones 1 and 2. If the number is so insignificant and the complaints are so rampant and widespread across the city, how is it logical that getting rid of the livelihoods of 67 units resolved your STR complaints? I can only think of one reason, and that this is just the beginning of many steps to get rid of all short-term rentals in all zones, and even in HOAs, because I'm pretty sure you know that not all HOAs allow STRs. So it's easy to go after them next, right? So this decision today affects all of the houses in PR zones, which make up a major part of the city, as Kevin pointed out. Even though they may not have STR permits now, this ordinance removes their right to get one later. So this affects the whole city. How is the whole city not made aware of this? And how are their opinions not gathered? Why now? What's next? Thank you.
Thank you. And next we will hear from
Kathy Brown. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, good evening, and thank you. I just want to say that I bought a condo in Monterey Country Club in 2004. I've got over 35 years experience in property management. Never did I dream that they would be banned in Palm Desert, and I feel horrible for the 67 houses. I think that you should ban the people that are the bad people and that don't follow the rules. But I put my blood, sweat, and tears into my house, and every penny I get, I put it back into my house, and that's how I make my living. And there's so much to offer for Palm Desert. People love it. Right now, I have a family in my house that their mom lives down the street and their sister is renting another condo in Monterey. And so where does this stop? Now do I have to obtain a letter from HOA to get permission to rent my condo out next by 2021? I don't understand. I have had no complaints except one complaint this summer from my neighbor. I had to go over and I videotaped the people in the pool because she called me, and I have it on tape, and I had to send it to my HOA. the tenants weren't even in my place. They were across the street down the way. But I videotaped it and had to go out at 10:30 at night to show that it wasn't even people that were in my place. I just want to say there's so many opportunities with all the families, and people have been COVID burnout and they want to come and relax. And most of the people coming now are people that just want to be alone and just hang out with their family or go hiking. They spend a lot of money. And I feel really bad. I think there needs to be a set of rules for people that do violate the rules. We need to work together as a team. It's always a team that wins. It's not I that wins. Thank you.
Thank you. And next we will hear from
Lori Flint. You have 3 minutes.
Okay, are you there?
Yes.
Yes.
All right. Woohoo! My turn. Hi, gang. Hello, honorable council members. Well, we certainly have come a long way, haven't we? I've attended a bunch of these meetings and I've seen them grow. And I'm not going to complain. I'm going to come to you with some solutions right now. I'm going to volunteer 4 hours a day, 5 days a week to fix this compassionately for everybody. Like speakers before me tonight and at other meetings have said, this is a win-win situation. We only can make money at this and build up our communities. We know this. We don't have to compete with hotels. It's not about that. It's about building up our area that we live in, that we're a community of and a part of. I'll volunteer. I will grab 10 people from tonight's meeting and volunteer and walk the streets and make sure that if there's anybody out there breaking any rules or being loud, we won't have it. We'll fix it. It's a win-win situation. It really is. And another thing, other cities are eating our lunch. They are kicking our butts financially and laughing at us. We need to make more money. People are staying in the cities around ours in Airbnbs, and those cities are making so much money. Why aren't we doing that? Why can't we find a better way? I believe we have one. So I'm going to come on down to City Hall on January 1st or whenever you open, and I volunteer myself 100% to keep these STRs going and these home shares going. Thank you.
Thank you. And next we will hear from
Michael Hackett. You have 3 minutes.
Well, thank you for having me aboard here. And I wanted to just start off by saying it is my opinion that Gina Nestandi, Mayor, should be allowed to be a part of these proceedings. But that is what I wanted to start with. Thank you for allowing me to speak today, City Council members. It's very appreciated. I would like to speak today on behalf of our organization, VRON Palm Desert. All of our members are against this new STR ordinance and urge a delay in the vote. We are firmly against this approach of an outright ban. It is not the solution. Has the council done any economic impact studies on this ordinance? How many jobs is this going to kill? How many Palm Desert citizens and voters are going to lose their jobs? How many businesses, restaurants, landscaping, and construction companies will see a reduction in their revenues? How much TOT revenue does the city stand to lose? Is this the right time to reduce the revenues generated by TOT in Palm Desert? Our members and taxpayers think it is not. Has the council considered the collateral damage that is being done to local businesses? Let me provide an example. We have a member currently bidding a large solar upgrade with Renova Energy based in Palm Desert. Our member has stated that without reassurances that they can continue to rent their home, they will not be moving forward with these costly upgrades, costing local jobs and associated tax revenue. Renova Energy will be a victim of collateral damage due to this ordinance. We believe that many other businesses will be affected. To this date, the council has not provided any documentation regarding the economic effects of this ordinance, and we urge a delay until that is done. Thank you.
Thank you. And next we will hear from
Nicholas Latkovic. You have 3 minutes.
Good evening. This is Nicholas Latkovic, 40629 Via Fonda, Palm Desert District 2. Honorable Mayor and City Council, thank you for letting me join the spirited discussion tonight on the topic of STRs, and we truly appreciate your focus and work on this issue and implementing the moratorium. So I'm speaking in favor of Ordinance 1360. The Stoic Marcus Aurelius, I think he was the last of the 5 good emperors, tells us that which isn't good for the bee isn't good for the hive. That said, I wish to address code enforcement of STRs. Others on both sides of the STR issue have stated stricter code enforcement of non-licensed STRs and violations need to be done. Well, my personal experience shows code enforcement, I believe it's Mike, has responded quickly and courteously to my incident calls during hours. I normally speak to him personally on arrival. I have an STR next to me and across the street, down the street and around the corner. I've also witnessed code enforcement patrols with their focus on previous code violators. So please continue this practice during the moratorium. I truly appreciate it. After hours, when the sheriff is called, deputies respond in a timely manner, but they cause worse neighborhood relations. I mean, it's not the deputies' fault. They're doing their job. Law enforcement on your street at 4 a.m., followed by concerns of retribution by the partiers is not a healthy environment. More than a few neighbors, some with children, have expressed their concerns about retribution on the street, not wanting to get involved in this discussion. And speaking of unhealthy environments, I saw no masks during parties this weekend, giving the neighborhood the feeling of seeing a super spreader event occurring across the street or next to them. Now, should we stop STRs from occurring during the holidays or limit to 4 to 5 people for the good of the community? I guess that's rhetorical, but more importantly, STRs, disrupt the social and safety networks in our neighborhoods is my concern. Also, my concern is that the system depends on neighbors to report violations caused for poor neighbor relations in a neighborhood that has polarized, amplified by high density and oversaturation. My point is neighbors are the enforcers for this business while taxing law enforcement. All it takes is one incident to erase the work of 100 respectful stays by guests, as many of us experience. Please expand the ban to Hoveley West. And I fully support your decision either way. Thank you.
Thank you. And next we will hear from
Olivier Shane. You have 3 minutes.
Hello, and thank you, council members. I am a homeowner and I live in the area as well. I've read the proposed changes closely. Why do we want to tell people that we are permanently closed for business? That we don't support our local restaurants or shops? Why do we want the snowbirds that own houses in Palm Desert to leave their homes empty, which encourages thefts and break-ins and crime in our neighborhoods? And why do we have a city zoning that doesn't apply evenly to all residents and all homes? Clearly, with over 1,000 of our wonderful neighbors that were just called unwanted stepchild, we know the answer. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we will hear from
Paul Hogosin. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, thank you for the opportunity to let us speak. I wanted to mention one crucial thing that most of us have mentioned, which is that a lot of these short-term rental property owners purchase the homes because they love the area, and they love visiting, but without letting us rent them out, obviously most of us would be forced to sell or if the market's not going to be good, we're not going to be able to sell it, and a lot of us are going to have a financial loss. The properties, if we can't rent them out, will stay, empty. Vacant properties have their own problems, especially with burglaries and having, the homeless come once they see that it's an empty property. A lot of cities that have the issue have noticed that homeless come and break into the houses and, make themselves a place to live, and cops aren't able to do much. And then as far as comparing them to long-term rentals, a short-term rental is a lot better for a community in many ways. A long-term renter, if they become a problem, a long-term renter has more rights than the actual landlord does. So if they're becoming a problem, it's going to be harder for the owner to evict them. But when we look at the short-term rentals, if any of our guests ever don't comply with the rules, they're automatically evicted. Thankfully, we haven't had that issue yet, but we do have that advantage compared to when if someone's staying there long term. Plus, houses are kept more up to date. Maintenance is done more properly rather than a long-term rental property. Another comparison as far as the short-term rentals, a lot of families today with COVID being the most major issue in our communities, families are having an easier time staying at a short-term rental rather than a hotel because, more travelers at a hotel, more exposure to possibly encountering the virus. But having a private home to yourself, your family still gets to travel. You don't have to miss out on everything in life. And a lot of the complaints, I know a lot of us are experiencing a lot more complaints recently with this ban becoming an issue. And most of the complaints I've been noticing are not accurate most of the time. We have Ring cameras on our property, and every time we get a complaint, I always go back, I look over and I see that, some of the complaints we're getting really isn't accurate. But again, just because we're short-term rentals, we're targeted, and really we can't voice our opinion or do much about it. And in one encounter, we were staying at the property and we had a complaint.
Sir,
yes.
I apologize, but your time has expired.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And next we will hear from
Annie Batabertian. You have 3 minutes.
Good evening, and thank you for allowing me to speak. I have a few concerns that I would like to address. I purchased my house in May 2020, right by Cook Street and Frank Sinatra. But before I do so, while in escrow, I contacted you, the city, and this is in May this year, to ask if I could do short-term rentals. After I received written confirmation from you guys that yes, the property is zoned for a PR and I could do short-term rentals, I went ahead and purchased the house. I've spent so much money during until August and September, renovating, spending money, landscaping, doing all these things and making the house beautiful. For what? To face a ban today? I would like to hear an answer from you regarding this matter. Don't shrug your shoulders. I've spent money, I've put my life saving into this investment, and you guys just think that, oh, it's okay, it's not your money, it's her money. No, you need to actually address this issue and answer me what you guys are going to do with regarding to this. Also, staff has made a decision based on 2017, a study that they say it was lengthy and they had subcommittee. Are you serious? A 2017 study? Have you forgotten we live in a completely different era now? How can you exclude COVID-19 pandemic from your study? Have you considered pandemic fatigue? People are burnt out. They need to relax. They need mini getaways. People have lost jobs due to the COVID. Short-term rentals might be the only source for some people today. I mean, this is unbelievable. I just heard Kevin say that, oh, the public input was the same. No, it's not the same. 2017, 2018 is in no way similar to 2020. And if you guys think that it is, then you probably are living in a different world. Also, what does written approval from HOA that governs the property mean? When you do not have an HOA, what does it mean? Even you council members were wondering, and you were not clear with what that means. If you're not clear, then make it clear so we also understand. Now, if the goal is to treat PR zones same as R1, R2, then why would you give R1, R2 a sunset period of 2 years and only 1 year for PR? If we should be held to same standards as R1, R2, then you must give us the same treatment. This is discrimination. You look at your records, you think 67 permits, oh, it's too small. They cannot make too much noise. Really? Are you discriminating on the 67 permits? This is unacceptable. We may be a small percentage, but we have a very loud voice. Do you truly believe 67 permits is going to solve the issue that the city claims is having as a result of short-term rentals? I think not. I would love to hear your reasoning.
Thank you. And our next speaker will be
Vic Asselin. You have 3 minutes.
Okay, just checking. You can hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Tell you a bit about my history. Michelle and I bought our place in Monterey Country Club about 20 plus years ago. We personally welcome guests, and we rent monthly during the season. We rent fractionally out of season. Summer doesn't much matter because really nobody comes down in the summer. And we screen applicants pretty heavily. I use VRBO just about exclusively. When someone communicates, I communicate back with them. It's my call as to whether I rent to them or not. What I've found is that the market for folks that rent down here, they're overwhelmingly senior, usually in their 20s. They love to golf. And in the 20 plus years we've owned the place, we have never had a police call. We have not even had a complaint to the HOA or security in 20 plus years. We've known some guests for as long as 15 years. We get quite a bit of repeats. We became friends. We communicate out of season. And so my question, why would you want to punish me and others like me? Why would you want to punish me and others like me? STRs have become a vital part of the economy in Palm Desert, yet they're dwindling. 2019, 1,365. You reduced them by 43%. We're now down to 779 that are registered. And I am registered and I did buy a license. Our guests spend money. They go to restaurants, they golf, they shop on El Paseo. That's kind of what you want, isn't it? Let me also mention that the Canadians like sunshine. They have sunshine in, I don't know, Scottsdale, Mesa, Phoenix. They have that in the season, and money travels. I'm not too excited about the idea they're going there, but you know, a friend of mine I know has a business vacation rental in the area. She's pretty large. She's said that 75% of her business are Canadians, and you know what? They ain't coming this year because they can't get back without a hassle. So that's going to take a hit on your economy. Tax revenue. You've got something like your pre-COVID number was 35 million. That's been revised to 24 million. That blows $11 million hole in the budget. 58% of the general fund is from short-term rentals, short-term rentals and TOT. I know read something about some money to Marriott coming in, $900,000 help along those lines. And I'm going to skip some other points and get to what I said. See, the yellow one is coming up here. Existing short-term rental permits, excluding on-site owners, STRs, without written approval letters shall permanently cease orientation at operations after December 31. That has to be rewritten. And that's the reason this particular meeting should end with a kick it into December. The other thing is you have a new council coming in. I suggest that's another reason why the meeting, the first reading should be moved into December. Thank you.
Thank you. And next we will hear from
Renee Cardenas. You have 3 minutes.
Is Renee there?
Yes.
Hello, can you hear me now?
Yes.
I'm sorry. I was expressing my gratitude from being able to speak and have this opportunity in front of the council meeting and all the other owners as well. So I purchased my property about 3.5 years ago at a time where the short-term rental was allowed. And just like a lady that spoke a few minutes ago, I find myself in the same situation where I was going to be ready to apply after close of escrow. I couldn't do it. So I am semi-retired and a lot of my income depends on this. So I haven't been doing this for a long time. Now I finally got my permit because I live in the property, I rent a portion of my property. So that's the only way that I could get my permit, which I'm grateful for. There are several things that I really don't understand. And the first of them is, if we know that there are certain houses that are problematic and disturbing the neighborhood, there are not that many. I don't know what the percentage is, but it's not that many of them. Why haven't those properties been having their permits revoked? It's like that other lady used the analogy with the apple tree. That is so perfect. Why are we doing this? So now I really have my faith in the people making decisions here. And I would suggest that you ask yourself a few questions before you make a final decision on the short-term rentals. Who benefits from banning the short-term rentals? Can you make a list of that? Who benefits from it? I haven't found anyone that benefits. Perhaps the persons that live next to a party house, but there is a better solution for that, and we know what it is, right? You identify those houses, you ban those permits. So nobody benefits from it. The next question that you should be asking and making a list is, who is negatively affected by it? Who is harmed by it? Everybody is, just like you heard the other people, the owners, the city, the merchants, the tourists, we all are negatively affected by it. And the other question that I would suggest that you ask yourself is, how will Palm Desert be without short-term rentals? Do you create a future picture of our city after we cause all this damage and this negative financial impact from so many people and our own city? So I trust in your integrity and logical reasoning. So thank you very much for allowing me to speak.
Thank you. And next we will hear from
Robert Zakium. You have 3 minutes.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and council members. I am an owner of a private home in our beautiful city of Palm Desert. My wife and I purchased a home in Palm Desert after renting homes short-term to spend time with our family under one roof. We have 2 wonderful adult daughters, 2 great son-in-laws, and 3 fabulous grandchildren. The goal for our retirement is to make Palm Desert a more permanent residence. We anticipate our family enjoying all aspects of the desert lifestyle for years to come. We are part of the vacation rental community, VRON PD, Vacation Rental Owners and Neighbors, Palm Desert. We have guests renting our home short-term through Airbnb and VRBO. Without the capabilities of renting short-term, we will probably be unable to maintain the cost of carrying 2 mortgages. Our retirement dreams will become a nightmare. Full-time residents have been given an opportunity to raise their objections regarding STRs, while we, as short-term hosts, have had no representation to discuss with the council, nor with our neighbors to resolve any issues that have been disturbing the community. The negative ramifications of removing STRs will be detrimental to everyone in our city. Not only do we pay property taxes, we collect taxes from our guests in the millions. Where will the city make up that deficit? Our guests spend a tremendous amount of money ordering Uber Eats from local restaurants, dining out when available, shopping at local retailers and markets, and visiting attractions that are currently open. Without the influx of dollars by our guests, we will see many local businesses close their doors. In addition, our home is maintained by local vendors. What will happen to their jobs and businesses? With the horrible pandemic we are all living through, now is not the time to even consider any action regarding a possibility of removing STRs. Many of our guests are families wanting to get away from the four walls they have been staring at for months. The cost savings of staying in a home versus hotel rooms, in addition to the privacy, health, and welfare of all family members, are a few of the advantages for continuing the short-term rental program. At what point will the other STR areas cease to exist? Shouldn't both sides sit together with the newly elected city council to come to an amicable solution? This should be done before tourism and other guests leave Palm Desert to travel to other cities who welcome STRs. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. And next we will hear from
Susie Messi. You have 3 minutes.
Ms. Messi. Are you there?
She's elevated.
Can you unmute Ms. Messi?
I've been attempting to, and she was elevated from where she was at the bottom. And I'm trying, there, wait. Yep. I'm attempting to unmute her and unable to. You want to move on to another one?
Yes.
Hello.
Oh, here. Yes, we can hear you.
Hi, good evening. Thank you so much for taking the time to hear us out. My husband and I bought this home 10 years ago. And it was after we were renting and we would spend, many homes in the desert and we loved it. And I decided to buy a home and I said, this would be a great investment for the family. We can spend more time together, and at the same time, it would be for retirement. So we have invested a lot of money in this home. We keep it very well manicured. We have absolutely no problems with our neighbors. They have access to us 24/7. If anyone had complained, which was very few complaints, probably one complaint that we had, when we had Mike, the officer, come out, who was very pleasant, and we took care of it right away. So I'm asking you guys to please reconsider, because this is for my husband and I, we put all of our money in this property, and we're planning to retire there. It's a beautiful neighborhood, and we love our neighbors, and we've never had an issue in 10 years. So we're asking you guys to please, especially at this time where everybody is struggling financially, and people need to just get away on little vacations. We rent it out to families and children who come out to just get a breath of fresh air. And sometimes we even rent it out because everybody's doing things are virtual now, where families are going with their children and everybody's studying. So I'm asking you guys to please reconsider, especially at this time where everybody is struggling financially. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you. And next we will hear from...
The last person in the queue is Evelyn Eckhart. You have 3 minutes.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, finally. Hi, everyone, and thank you. And I'm the last in the queue. Aren't you excited? So I'm part of the 67 that is going to be phased out. And I know as Kevin was discussing it, it was like, oh, it's only 67. And then I think of the other side of that, right? It's only 67. And just so you know, I've been...
What is your name? What is your name?
Excuse me?
You're not on here. I've been looking for you and you're not on here.
Gloria, you're not muted.
Okay, so we've purchased our home in 01, And the last 3 years, we've been renting it on Airbnb. The home currently, right now, we have 3 dental students, and they're coming in to do some intern work at the nearest, one of the nearest dental offices. And you know, I call them in 3 days later just to check on them, and part of, you know, how's it going? How's the home? And their comments were, well, the dental school is very slow, but we love your house. And, you know, I can't wait to come back and bring my family and rent again. And I'm going to tell the dental school that maybe this is a great place for them to bring their students, which would be great referral, you could imagine. But I don't know if that's even possible with going into the future with the ban. And on a personal note, what we do is we buy, with the money we have, we reinvest it back in the home. So we've gotten like new floors and, you know, beds, and just made it really comfortable. And the project this month or this year was going to be to update our pool and our patio. And unfortunately, with COVID, that's on hold. So we really do want to keep doing that to reinvest, right? And it sounds like a lot of people on the call too, you know, eventually want to be there full time and want to enjoy their homes there. So I just wanted to explain that, our side, a little personal note from me, and hope that you can really consider that when you make a decision. Thank you.
Thank you. Does that conclude all of our speakers?
No, I have someone on the phone. We're going to attempt to elevate that person because it's not identified as what his name is. Just a moment. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
It disappeared. Uh-huh. It disappeared. Give me a moment. Go right ahead.
All right, thank you for the technical.
Can you hear?
There's a lot of feedback.
We didn't.
Mayor Pro Tem Kelly, can you hear him?
Yes, we can.
Please.
Sorry about that. Thank you, Honorable Mayor and Council. I'm 100% against the Ordinance 1360. As a co-founder and president of Huron PD, we're not just against this for ourselves. We're against this for our neighbors' properties. Yes, even the ones complaining. We're against this for future residents and owners. We're against this for the families that might lose their jobs during a pandemic and need to move, yet they might not have an alternative to subsidize home costs except short-term rentals. The Huron PD is against this for current owners that will lose their land rights with properties are passed down from generations to generation. Kids and grandchildren that might inherit homes that have less rights than owners throughout the United States. The Huron PD is against this for everyone because we believe deep down this is wrong, 100% wrong. The Huron PD believes that this council should vote no. And today you will attempt to calm the minds of HOA short-term rental owners, but the historical evidence is clear. You tried to state that in 2017 with the R1, R2 zone that you wanted further ban short-term rentals, but here we are. Any attempt to further ban short-term rentals today is a vote against all short-term rentals. A vote in favor of Ordinance 1360 is a vote against all short-term rentals. The subcommittee consisted of 2 council members that made zero effort to contact STR owners to involve them in the dialogue, despite having their contact information. What documents does the city have to determine such a drastic action? None. Through a public records act request, we learned that the subcommittee met twice via Zoom. They have no notes, no agenda, no video recording, and no public input. My question, the Huron PD's question, How can council vote without proper documentation to formulate a formal decision on such a drastic ordinance? This is alarming. The lack of transparency, a vote without facts. This council should not be proceeding on this decision today. And VRON PD is again 100% against this ordinance for non-HOAs, HOAs, and short-term rentals in all zones. Thank you and appreciate the support here. Sorry for the technical difficulty.
Could you please give your name for the record?
Cody Carlson.
Ah, thank you.
Thank you.
Does that conclude all of our speakers?
Yes.
Then the public hearing is closed, and I'm going to call for another brief recess before our discussion. Let's be back at 10 after 8. looks like Councilmember Weber is arriving. Are all present we need? If so, then we'll be back on the record. I do have a further question of staff, which I forgot to ask. Perhaps we can start there. It's been featured that the proposed phase-out period in this ordinance is 1 year as compared to 2 years. And I think it would be fruitful if staff can address the circumstances involved leading to proposal of a single year.
Kevin, would you like me to handle that one?
Sure, if you'd like to.
Okay. Honorable Mayor, council members, the selection of 1 year was recommended by staff. In 2017, there was some additional language added to the short-term rental ordinance that puts a future permit holder on notice that changes can be made, and permits are kind of at the pleasure of the council. In addition to that, each permit signed annually has a disclaimer on that. And if you'd like to see the specific language, Mr. Swartz has that at the ready, that the permit applicant acknowledges that essentially these standards are subject to change at any time. So given where we've been since initially 2016 through the entire year-long process, all the way fast forward to 2020, we believe that there is sufficient notice within the short-term rental industry that these rules are really subject to change. In 2017, we think we were doing something that was a little bit more leading edge. We wanted to give a little bit more of a wind down, but at this point, we believe that the operators understand that these regs can be changed at any time, and 1 year was more than sufficient to offer.
Perhaps it would be fruitful if that language is handy to display that.
That one's up to Mr. Swartz, and he's working on it.
Okay, so here's the actual permit, but you can't see the very bottom, so I kind of highlighted it here. And,
Can you put that on full screen, please?
Yeah, sorry. Hold on. Okay, there. So every new permit from 2018 and beyond was subject to signing this. And it basically states that changes may be made.
So I'm looking at the part that says, and may likely decide to extend that ban to other residential areas not governed by a functioning homeowners association. Thank you. I think you can. Before we begin discussion, did excuse me, did council members have any other questions of staff? Yes, Councilmember Weber.
So for clarification, every time the homeowner comes in to apply for a short-term rental, since 2018, they have signed that document for each and every short-term rental that they are doing?
Yes.
Correct, yeah.
And that's an annual event?
Is it annual or is it for every time they're going to rent it out? Are they allowed to get it for a whole year and rent it out all year long to whomever they wish, or do they get a new one every time they're going to rent out?
Yeah, so the short-term rental application is for a first time in 2018, that permit is good for a year. It's valid for a year. And then each year they just renew it.
Okay, so effective 2018. But what about the ones that they might have acquired in 2006?
So they weren't subject to signing that, but staff has updated those homeowners as we have been renewing the permits.
So are you saying that if somebody got a permit 15 years ago, they would not have had to update it for 15 years?
No,
let me help. The permit holder can have an active permit. I'd have to check with our business license division, but I would be surprised if we don't have a new permit application on file, as we regularly, through the annual process, they're updated. So they can pull the permit annually, but they could have had a permit on file for more than a decade easily.
They could have had it for more than a decade easily and not known about this?
No.
Okay, that's what I wanted to clarify. So all of the callers tonight were well aware of this, we would have to say. Is that correct? They would have had to have seen that line on the bottom of their document?
Yes, in order to get a permit, they would have had to sign their signature under that. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
All right, any other questions before we begin discussion? That doesn't mean you gentlemen can leave. A question might occur to us. Who would like to speak?
I have another question. I just want to be crystal clear on this, and I'm not 100%, and I want to be 100%. So with any business license, it's not that they just send you a check, is it? They get that form. Do they refill it out every time and then sign that form that we just saw?
Yeah, so not every time do they sign that form on every renewal. Normally on renewals, you send them a letter saying your permit is up for renewal, and most of the time they just mail in a check to that permit.
So they don't sign that agreement every time, or do they? Or how does, I really need clarity. Help me out here.
You're asking for it depends on how the person comes through the door. If they receive a renewal notice in the mail, they will respond with that renewal notice and a check. If they walk through the door to renew, it's possible that they take a new application, they hand it to business license fills it out. With the volume of permits we have on file, I'd have to go and look at each one of them to see who signed what. But this document has been out there, at least in staff's opinion, long enough that we felt comfortable that 1 year was warranted as a phase out in this instance.
Okay, what does the renewal letter say?
It's a standard document. Yeah, it's a standard document that tells you that your permit's about to run up, and if you'd like to renew, contact this number. If not, here's your remittance form, and they would send it into business license.
And what does that remittance form look like?
I would have to get back to the council and circulate one of those documents.
Okay, thank you.
I think we're ready for discussion. Councilmember Jonathan.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I guess I'll start it off.
Excuse me, Councilmember Jonathan, I really would like to be the first person to comment at this point, because I think the issue of discussion tonight versus waiting until the new council is seated was a valid issue. And I'd like to make sure that my fellow council members would like to continue with the discussion, or whether or not they would like to consider that.
He stops because of an election every 2 years. I think we just keep going, and those that are on council at the time that a matter before us have the authority and responsibility to address that matter.
I would concur. This matter was delayed to pass the time we originally expected to take it up. It's been pending for some time. I've heard accusations of undue delay. So I do feel it's appropriate to continue with the city's business. Councilmember Harnick, did you wish to express yourself?
If you're looking for a third opinion on that, I agree. The business of the people and the city goes on, and we have the information we need. We've been going through this. It is time to move on.
So, back to the Maitland plot.
Okay. So let me start by first thanking staff. Kevin, I know this has been what seems to you probably like a lifelong mission over here, and you've just done a great job, and I just want you to know that it's very much appreciated. So thank you for that. And then I want to thank all of the people that chimed in this evening. I know it's been a long meeting. I know you waited a super long time. I want you to know that it's appreciated, that we may or may not, and this doesn't apply to you, but to any issue where we hear from the public, we may or may not make a final decision that you concur with, but that doesn't mean that we don't listen to you. And in fact, we do, and we value your input. And I want to encourage you to keep sharing your perspective and your input with us. What I will not do in my comments is address the broader issue of STRs in Palm Desert, because we've been there, done that. And that, in fact, is not the matter that is before us. What is before us is a tweaking of the ordinance, specifically as it applies to areas that act and behave like traditional neighborhoods, R1 neighborhoods, but in fact, were for some reason zoned PR. And we've distilled that down to 4 neighborhoods in the city of Palm Desert, and has been said, 67 STR permits. Yes, those are about 8% of the total permits issued in the city, which are around 780, but they're 2.5% of the total pool, if you will, that is the eligible properties within the PR zone for having a permit issued to them, an STR permit. And the reason we belabor that, or that I do, is not to trivialize the importance of each and every one of the STRs and the impact that what we may or may not do tonight has on you, but to express that the consideration that we go through is for the entire city. And the point of that discussion is that we have retained 75% of our city such that it is eligible for STRs. I heard discussion tonight. I heard quite a number of comments about you shouldn't ban STRs. We're not banning STRs. Even if we make a change, as is being proposed, 75% of the city will still have STRs allowed. So this is a far cry from banning STRs. All right, so the concerns that were expressed by the homeowners and some of their personal stories truly resonate with me, and I won't speak for the rest of the council, but I suspect with all of us. And I certainly don't want to bring harm or financial challenges to anyone in our city. And so I thought through this pretty carefully, and right or wrong, I've concluded that, well, number one, any business and any financial investment carries a risk. And frankly, if you're in the business of STR rentals and you don't know that there's a risk that the ordinance may change, then I think to some extent that's on you, very candidly. But more importantly, there are ways to ameliorate the impact of what we might do here tonight. If you're an STR owner, one of the 67, you do have choices. These individuals can convert their homes to 30-day rentals and or to long-term leases. They may choose to do that or not, but that is a choice. The individual can sell their home and replace it with a home in the PR zone that does qualify for STR permit. So we're not, in my mind, depriving an individual of having an STR. We're changing their ability to have the STR in these 4 locations. They can also simply, sell the property and just get out of being a real estate owner. And finally, these 4 neighborhoods have another choice. And that is that they can form an HOA. And if the majority of the neighbors there want STRs, the HOA can permit them. So this is a matter, in my mind, of really simple democracy in these 4 neighborhoods. If the majority doesn't want them, then there won't be STRs there. But if the majority do, then the solution is form an HOA and allow STRs in those particular neighborhoods. So I think while I'm very concerned about the impact that this may have on the 67 owners, in my mind, they have alternatives and they have solutions. So in my mind, I think we need to do what is best for the city. And I won't belabor the whole STR discussion, but we know that we've eliminated virtually 100% of the problem by banning STRs in R1 zones and yet retained 75% of our city is eligible for STRs. And I think that's a very workable, balanced, and fair solution. Thank you.
Councilmember Harnick, do you wish to speak?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Actually, Councilmember Jonathan said very succinctly what I would have said. So I appreciate his comments and agree with them entirely.
Councilmember Weber.
Well, one of the questions I wrote down when we were doing all of these discussions, as Councilmember Jonathan said, we're not here to discuss STRs as such. But if we're putting an ordinance on certain properties, are we eventually, my question would be then, and I failed to ask that when we had Mr. Swartz and Mr. Sindel there, why are we not actually rezoning this instead of just adding an ordinance? Is rezoning down the road to change this to R1 as everybody seems to think it should be? If it's okay if I could open up that question part again and ask them?
Yes. Who would like to take that? Mr. Schwartz?
Okay. Rezoning a lot of those properties is a huge undertaking.
Yes.
You have to get majority of the buy-in. I mean, it's a large process.
Well,
when you say a majority, is that a simple? Is what majority is that?
I'd like to clarify. It's not necessarily the majority. We don't need to find any simple majority. We found that rezoning leads to more non-conforming standards than doing the way that Mr. Swartz has presented this evening. Rezoning a property is not just as easy as changing the color on a map, as much as us planners like to think it's that simple, but it leaves a lot of properties with non-conforming setbacks, coverage ratios, height standards, and it's much easier. And that, we also know that leads to problems down the line with appraisers, financing instruments, etc. So it's not necessarily that we need to find some majority. It causes more harm than good in my estimation.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, can I add to that a little bit?
Please.
So if you change the zone, it would have the same effect as what you're doing here. This is in effect a zoning text amendment, I would say, right, Kevin? Because you're amending what's allowed in this particular zone. It has the same effect, but like Ryan said, there could be other unintended consequences by going to the R1 zone. What you're doing is you're taking an area that is recognized as having has developed in the R1 fashion and applying the same rules as those.
Did you have anything else, Councilmember Weber?
No, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
I too very much appreciate Councilmember Jonathan's summary, which completely speaks for me. I want to add just 3 things. We've been encouraged to pay attention to how the world has changed since 2017. Since 2017, we have become increasingly aware of the fact that Palm Desert does not have enough housing for those who work in this city, for employees, for families, mid-price point housing. And the gradual conversion of our residential housing stock to a commercial purpose is a huge public policy problem at a time when we're trying to create more housing available to employees and families rather than less. And that is the primary factor which compels me to stick with the choices that we made in 2017. Concern has been expressed that there's some kind of unspoken plot here to gradually chip away until no further STRs exist in Palm Desert. That's not the case. We get what so many of you who have testified have said, that they do have a place in the community, that they do have economic benefit. And we are 100% sincere in striving to simply make this equitable correction so that these 4 neighborhoods are treated similarly to like neighborhoods and leaving the rest untouched. And to be convincing in that respect, I would like to encourage my colleagues to embrace the instruction I asked staff about at the beginning of this topic, which is to instruct in the administration of the ordinance that in any gated community where we currently have STR permits, which have been verified to be compliant with HOA rules, that we take that to be compliant with the ordinance unless and until the HOA demonstrates a change in policy to us. I think if we're able to give that instruction in administration of the ordinance, it assures that HOA policy can't change without a formal process. And no matter what policy the city passes, even if our approach to STRs was completely lenient, that would not spare STR permit holders behind gates from a potential dispute within the HOA or a potential ban by the HOA of STRs. That's beyond the city's jurisdiction. But we can make sure no one plays games by following this mode of applying the ordinance. So I support the proposal as presented with that instruction.
And I'll second it for discussion. Was that a motion? Is that what that was?
Well, it wasn't, but it could be.
Okay. Well, then this could be a second. I have a question. Do you know how many homeowners associations with full ordinances on these types of things that we have within this city? No.
No, ma'am, we do not.
Do we have like a guess about?
Well, most of the PR zone, with exception of these 4 neighborhoods, have some planned residential gated HOA function. So a large majority of that PR zoning, I would assume, has a very active HOA. Now, what their stance on short-term rentals is not something that's known to us.
Okay, so my question, I guess, the reason I'm asking this is, so are we then, and I appreciate what Mayor Pro Tem said, if we have people who have permits out, unless and until the HOA comes and demonstrates otherwise that they should not have it, they're good to go. So when that starts to happen, and if it does happen, we need a copy of their rules and regs that speak to this, that we will keep on file, and it will be their obligation when the time comes. I mean, if they're coming to say this is okay or not okay, we need proof from the HOA, and they need to keep that updated. That's their obligation.
Right. So what I'm anticipating, for example, we had 2 people testify this evening who own property in Monterey Country Club. It appears that STRs are permissible there. We would take that to be the case. We would take that box to be checked unless and until the HOA demonstrates otherwise to us.
Okay, that makes sense. I heard the Monterey, and I would think they certainly have their own rules on this. So, okay, great, thank you.
Is there any further discussion? If not, then Madam Clerk, I believe you may take the vote.
Councilmember Harnick.
Yes.
Councilman Jonathan.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Kelly.
Yes.
Councilmember Weber.
Yes, and that's with Mayor Pro Tem Kelly's correction. Is that right?
Yes.
Yes, that is correct.
Thank you.
Motion carries on a 4-0 vote with Mayor Nestandi absent.
And hopefully Mayor Nestandi will rejoin us.
Right. So thank you very much, Mayor Pro Tem, for filling in for me. And so that concludes our items on the agenda. And all we have left now are council member comments and calls for action. So I'd like to start with Councilmember Susan Marie Weber.
No, I don't have any requests for action or any comments. Thank you.
You're welcome. Councilmember Harnick.
I have many, and as a favor, I'm going to do just a couple. I want to echo Mr. Alvarez's comments. The banners on El Paseo look really wonderful. And I have to address something that I've heard a couple times, and that people aren't feeling like they're getting to meet with their representatives and that they are not represented. And I've heard this a few times, and there are very, very few times I will ever speak for the entire council. I'm going to take that privilege at that time. None of my colleagues have ever turned down a meeting. They are always available for a meeting. And all you have to do is pick up the phone and call City Hall or send an email. We are always available to meet with anyone that wants to meet with us. And that's all I have. Everyone have an amazing and meaningful Thanksgiving.
Thank you, Councilmember Harnick. Mayor Pro Tem Kathleen Kelly.
I have one very happy development to share with the public, and I believe staff are prepared to do a screen share, hopefully. The proprietor of Flat Black Art Supplies, which is located over in Westfield, between the theaters and Dick's Sporting Goods, has very, very graciously sponsored this spectacular mural and offered it as a thank you to the city of Palm Desert for our support for urban arts. And his statement to us was that thank you, that's a great picture. His statement was that he simply wanted to communicate it feels good to be a business in Palm Desert and to enjoy the support of the city. And he intends for this to be a guardian angel for the benefit of all of us. The artist is Max, aka Maxer242. And the work is entitled Lady of the Valley. So I encourage everyone to go enjoy this very special gift to us all.
And take a picture and hashtag Unite Palm Desert. Post it.
I like it. Wonderful. Thank you for sharing, Mayor Pro Tem. Councilmember Jonathan.
Well, that's pretty tough to top. Thank you for that uplifting report. So I just have a very quick request for action. You know, I think we all read the stories about the cross on the hill off Highway 74, and I have some safety concerns. I read that there was an electrical short, that there's exposed wiring, and it occurs to me that this is kind of a recipe for disaster, potentially a fire, potentially, God forbid, an electrocution. So I wonder if staff can look into the safety aspects of the cross and the wiring. I'm not sure if it's permitted and therefore subject to regular fire inspections. I'd like to understand that. I don't know if it's, I think the cross itself is on county land, but I'd like to understand if some of the wiring is on city land, and where the source of power is, again, whether that's in the city or outside the city. You know, and that leads to maybe legal counsel opining. My concern is mostly for the safety of our residents and the hillside and the animals in terms of fire, potential electrocution, and so forth. But I'm also concerned about potential liability, that if we're aware of the situation and it is not subject to the normal permitting and inspection procedures, that there could be some potential liability. So I wonder if those questions can be answered by staff in the December meeting, if possible, January at the latest.
And Councilmember Donovan, I'm 99.99% positive it is on county land. So I don't know what jurisdiction the city of Palm Desert would have on it, but.
Yeah, again, I'm just looking to get questions answered. For example, is there wiring on city land? Is the source of power on city land? And I suspect that the answers to those may be yes, but if we find out no, the whole thing's on county and we don't need to worry about permitting and we don't have exposure, then I can, to some extent, rest easier, although I'd rather know that there's not exposed wiring, you know, on the ground where people are hiking.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, any comments from our city manager?
You know, Madam Mayor, I had a couple of people been waiting to make little presentations on upcoming events in the city, and I know we're all tired and it's late, but they have been waiting. So if you don't mind indulging for a few minutes.
Sure.
Is that okay? All right, great. Thomas Sowell, you're on. Thank you.
Great, thank you so much. Honorable Mayor and City Council, I just wanted to let you know about a few upcoming events that will be happening between now and the next council meeting. Some fun things happening in the city. Wild Lights at the Living Desert will be happening this year. They're going to be admitting fewer people than normal, so people need to make reservations, but it's better than ever and definitely one of our favorite winter traditions. Interestingly, November 26th, we will be celebrating 47 years of incorporation, so happy birthday to the city of Palm Desert. December 2nd, oh, you got, the city manager is prepared. On December 2nd, we are celebrating the move of the Palm Desert Certified Farmers Market to its new location on San Pablo Avenue. It'll still be Wednesday mornings, 8 to 12:30. So none of that will change, but its location will be new. We'll be having welcoming people to that new location. We'll be doing a ribbon cutting on December 2nd, and we'd love to have everybody out there for that. And then on December 4th, normally we'd be doing our Celebrate the Season event, but this year we're doing something called Light Up El Paseo, which is a more in line with what's allowable now. It's a health-friendly event. We'll be doing a special cruise night on El Paseo. We'll be lighting up the street with the holiday lights and the Christmas trees on either end, and merchants will be participating, and it should be a lot of fun. And if anybody has questions about events coming up in Palm Desert, the URL at the bottom of the screen is always good, discoverpalmdesert.com/events.
And Thomas, I've already RSVP'd for the Certified Farmers Market event and the Light Up El Paseo event. So Neve, I'll give a shout out to her, has been letting all of us council members know about these events. So hopefully we'll have a great turnout. Thank you very much.
Well, great. We'll have to have Neve make the presentation at the end of the council meeting on December 10th. Thanks for the reminder on that.
Oh, boy, is she gonna kill us.
Not you, me. Madam Mayor, we have Mr. San Pablo here, our principal planner, Eric Ceja, for one more announcement.
Thank you.
Yes, good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council. I want to congratulate the City Council, the entire city of Palm Desert, all of staff as well. The city has received the American Public Works Association Southern California Chapter 2020 Project of the Year for Phase 1 of San Pablo. I think this is great news for the city of Palm Desert. You're very familiar with the improvements that have gone out there. I'd really like to thank the work of the Public Works staff that has put this together in terms of the construction and making sure that the plan was executed perfectly. You're very familiar with what's happened on the street. We've now seen how everything's really come together, and we're looking forward to completing Phase 2, which is currently under construction north of Fred Waring to Magnesia Falls. So congratulations to everyone involved.
Thank you, Eric Ceja. And yes, we have so many positive things happening in our city, and I, being on the City Council, could not be more proud of our city and our staff. So good job to our Public Works Department, and thank you very much.
Thank you. Happy Thanksgiving, everyone.
Okay, so Randy, are you finished
Yes.
with your comments? Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and then that will leave our city attorney, if he's still with us. There we are, Mr. Hargreaves.
No comment, thank you.
Okay.
In response to Councilmember Jonathan's issue of the wiring on the hill, we'll look into that and make sure there is not a safety hazard, and we'll address it one way or another. So we'll get that.
Thank you.
Okay, very good. Well, everyone, thank you for a very nice meeting, and I will adjourn our meeting of November 19th, 2020. And I'm sorry, that's my dog barking now, but with that.
Your dog was seconding the adjournment. So
There we go.
So good.
Thank you. Good night, everybody. Happy
Good
Thanksgiving.
night.
Good night. Happy Thanksgiving.
Take care. Be safe.
8:50 p.m.